way I live life. The way I live life. Way you do it. Way you do it. The way I live life. Way you do it. The way I live life. The way I live life. Way you do it. Way you do it. The way I live life. Way you do it. The way I live life. The way I live life. Way you do it. What a shame on me. What a shame on me. If I heard that you if I heard that you
I'm Jackie Jing with the EWC, and I am chatting with Brede, Yuzis and Likipak from BDS. Really excited to be talking to y'all. So first question, how are you feeling about the EWC? Birthday boy.
We feel really excited, to be honest. So we want to win this tournament because we did the 2 past years. So we want to do a third time. So
okay, I love how you just did not address the birthday boy comment at all. Obviously, you got to win. It's your birthday.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you.
How do you say that in French? Bon
Joyeux anniversaire. Joyeux anniversaire.
Okay, so I was definitely
or
off.
You can say bon anniversaire.
Bon anniversaire, it's working as well.
Bon anniversaire.
Yeah, exactly.
Was that the worst American accent you've ever heard?
No, to be honest,
Okay.
kind of fine.
Oh, thank you. Okay, looking back, thank you so much. How are y'all feeling about the EWC? Are you feeling confident as well?
Yeah, we just had a boot camp for 9 days, I think it was, and it was good. And I think the pressure's more on me and Solotov, because these guys, he's won it twice, he's won it once, so we need to win it as well.
Well, you know, I was going to save that question for later, but let's just dive in. I'll put you in the hot seat. How are you acclimating?
What, to BDS?
Yeah.
It's good. I think a lot of people think like they don't speak English for some reason. I don't know if it's because like they just don't like doing interviews and stuff.
Well, we just proved that they do.
Yeah,
so
they all
good
speak
to know.
English. Shaiko's got the best English, by the way. So if you see him not doing interviews, he knows English very well.
He does, I know. Why is he scared of us?
I don't know, he just doesn't like it.
Okay, well, we'll address that later, I guess. But you are feeling comfortable, you're vibing.
Yeah, it just feels like, to be honest, it feels like, I don't know if it makes sense, but it feels like they're from the UK as well. Like it's the same, like banter and like jokes and just the same thing.
Were you a little bit nervous? I mean, I think that there are a lot of eyes on you. I mean, BDS was a squad that was together for so long. These were significant changes that they made.
I don't remember being nervous. I'm not nervous now, but I can't really remember when we first joined. I think like the first stage kind of was like, obviously everyone's expecting us to qualify. But once we finished first, so it was all right.
Okay, wow. I love the confidence. You're like, I wasn't feeling any pressure at all. Bride and Likifac, you guys have been a part of the squad for a long time. I want to pick your brains about those roster changes. I mean, they were pretty drastic. Can you talk to me a little bit about why they had to be made and how you feel right now about them?
So we made the change because it was something that we need in the game because no offense to the last players we kicked, but they didn't fit on the meta. Like you have to be more aggro and more skilled player. So that's the main thing that why we changed these two players. Sorry.
Would you agree with that, or what was your perspective on it?
I completely agree with Bride, and also I've add something. Is that another view? Jesus and Solotov are a good player from M&M before, did a major, this kind of competition. So have two players already made a lot of competition with a new view, help a lot. So now we have kind of like the old BDS playstyle and a bit of M&M one. So that's why we wanted them as well.
Okay, so I know Uzis is right here, but what do you two candidly think about the new additions? Are you happy with them?
No, I'm not happy.
He's not there.
Thank you.
He's a bit useless, but it's fine.
No, but really, are you happy to have them on board?
Yeah, I think we all together are happy. Like when I say we, it's like Shaiko, if I can do. They bring a lot of for the team, and they are mechanically good. So that's why.
They work a lot as well, so we can just improve every time. We never stay like on okay, we did a good stage, okay, it's fine, we'll do a good major or good Esports World Cup. No, we keep working to do our best every time, so that's why we make really good competition every time. And also, like say Josh before, the vibes are really good, like we're kind of like good friends now, laughing every time, even scream. We can work and scream at the same time, so that's why it's really good.
Oh, I love that. The vibes are good. Don't want to bring the vibe down here at all, but I do have to ask some hard questions. So I feel like BDS is frequently the favorites. Like all eyes are on your team and everyone's like, they're doing it, they're gonna win, they're gonna do it. Obviously you have some amazing accomplishments, but is it tough being the favorites? And tell me, how are you going to effectively pull it off this time?
Of course, we have the favorite because we won twice the competition right now. I think we are used to be the favorite in the competition. If I take my personal view, when I joined BDS, won the major instantly, and SI were the favorite, was kind of hard for me. Like all the eyes on us. I wasn't prepared for this. Now, with the experience, I'm feeling more comfortable, and of course, everyone thinks we're going to win, and we will show them. And if we're not, that's fine. We can't win every time.
How do you deal with that pressure?
Like I said, I think just I hate losing. I really hate losing, but you can't win every time. So that's the thing. But no, I still hate losing. I can't deal with it.
I just say to myself like you are playing at home, and there is nothing to lose. So just play like you did at home, and it will be okay. That's it.
Uzis, do you want to talk about the pressure of being the favorites?
I don't know. It never really felt like we were the favourites for the major or the stage to be honest, because we were kind of new, so no one knew what to expect. I always feel like, I don't know, I always feel like everyone thinks Fury is the favourite, so I feel like the pressure's more on them than us. So.
You know, it's
I don't
funny, it
know,
depends on the analyst you speak to, right? But Jack did tell me that I should call you guys the favorites, so maybe a little bit of EU favoritism there. But I do want to ask some fun questions and ask each of you about your individual Siege journey, like where you started and where you're at now, and are you happy with where you're at now?
I start, I guess. So I play ranked at the start just for fun with friends, and I was really good with it. And after, like some friends said, "Oh, we can do a team, do some tournaments." So I go for it. I start streaming every day. After I went to French League, did a really good French League, and BGS came. And after I'm here in BGS for like 2 years and a half, something like this. And yeah, like this is the best place I can be. When I was playing for fun, see BGS played, I was like, oh, I want to be in this team. If I do competition, yeah, I'm really happy to be there.
I was like similar to him, where I was just playing ranked all the time, but I was on Xbox until like 2019, and then I switched to PC. But I wasn't like just trying to like be a competitive player or something. I just played for fun, just played ranked, and then I did what he did. I joined the UK League, and then just with friends, and then ended up joining M&M with different friends, and then we ended up just like getting higher and higher and higher. Went from CL to EUL, and then we qualified for Invite, and then Majors, and then now I'm here.
How do you feel about where you're at now?
Feels good. Like he said, I think there's no better place I'd want to be than here. Like one bad game, like will switch it completely. Like I could have like 7 good games in a row, and I would have one bad game, and you just think, am I doing something wrong?
I mean, honestly, I think we can all relate to that in a way, but you're doing great. Bride, what about you? Talk to me about your journey and how you feel about where you're at right now.
So,
not terrible, even though you.
So for me, I started to play on PlayStation 4 with the friends. Like we see the game came out, so we went to play this game. So and then after that, we said like, okay. Guys, can we do some tournaments on PlayStation 4? And we did. It was like a small tournament, so there is nothing to win, just 2 vibes. After that, we saw that we were pretty good at this game. We went to Xbox because at this moment the competition wasn't on the PlayStation 4. It was only on Xbox. So we went there. When we went there, there was only the 6 invitational qualification because Ubisoft decided to stop the competition on Xbox. So we qualified for 6 invitational on Xbox. After that, they said no more competition on Xbox. Then I switched to PC. So I did everything, to be honest. And then after that, I was still playing with some friends on PC. We did some mini small tournaments, French tournaments and stuff like that. After that, I get picked up by Supremacy, my old team, and then we get picked up by Vitality. So at this moment, it was like we were happy, but as a competitor, I wasn't happy because we didn't do anything properly. So it was a tough year, to be honest. And after that, BGS come to pick me, and I started to win a lot of things. And yeah, after winning a lot of things, I'm still not that happy because I don't have the hammer. The hammer is the main goal for every player on Rainbow Six Siege. And when I will get this hammer, maybe I will be happy.
I don't want to rub salt in the wound there, but you both have been very close to winning the hammer, or like I feel like there were years when I was on the broadcast and we were all like all eyes were on BDS. So what do you think is going to make this year different, or do you think this is the year?
I don't know, maybe it's this year. For me, this year is like kinda first year English com with Josh and Usus and Solotov. And for me, the next year will be the one. This year is like kinda, we start playing together, some experience, but next year it's 100% for us. This year we'll see. I hope this year and next year. But no, if we keep working like we do, there is no reason that we don't win this tournament.
I want to kind of ask some silly questions now. Not super silly, but they're a little bit more open-ended. What do you think makes a solid squad? Like, how is a team become like truly the best of the best? Like, what are the ingredients?
Work. This is the main thing. If people work together, it's like you can improve. If people don't work, just like don't move, don't level up, just go down. And second, I think respect roles. Like we need support, we need entry, we need people who's playing around the team. I think this is also the main thing, because if you have only entry and no support, the team can't work properly. I think that's the basics. Some teams don't do that. Like this is their view, but on my view, we need like someone on the drone every time, playing the arbitrator, and one is always on the tree operator, getting the kill and this kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree. I think you need like 5 people who are willing to like try things as well, not just stuck on one thing, like changing operators when you need them to and all stuff like that.
We'll add maybe the relationship, like the friendship. It's really important in the team. So if you are not how to say that friend with someone, like you don't love, you don't do jokes, it will be not like it will not work. Sorry. So.
What do you think opponents think of your team? Like, what do they say about BDS?
I know. Shaiko.
What do you think teams think about you individually? Like, what did they say about Licky Fag? What did they say about Uses? What did they say about Bride?
I have no idea.
I know.
What?
People think I'm a rat. Literally a rat. Like crash walking in the map, just hiding, just waiting for a kill. I think people think this of me.
Okay, the rat and.
I have
Exactly.
no idea what people think about me.
What do you think they think about him then?
I'm a genius.
No, I don't think that.
I think that. I really think that. I think everyone just thinks like I'm absolutely asleep, like in the game.
Exactly.
Like I just sleep. Like I'll just sit there for like I could just sit there for like 3 minutes and just not move if I wanted to.
Okay, so we have the rat and the sleeper. Okay, Bride, what about you?
To be honest, I don't know, but the only thing that I can say is maybe about my clutch. So that's it. Only that.
Best moment in Siege.
Yeah, joining BDS. Goodness.
That was cute.
Thank you.
Aww. Okay, he just goes, thank you. That was it. Okay. He
I
goes,
say
joining
that
BDS.
because of the cameras. I can smell it.
Yeah, right. Just for the cameras. What about for you two?
For me, I would say obviously the major, winning the major.
Every game we win. It's like a kind of big joy. And also the moment spent with people who love the game like me, like outside our teammates. I think that's why I love as well.
Oh, love these answers. This is kind of a hard one. Do you remember like a heartbreaking moment where you were just like, I don't know. I don't know if I can do this anymore. It like something that was really tough to overcome.
Yeah, losing the major like a few months ago. It wasn't like I don't think I'd be able to not overcome it, but it was just like I don't know. Just like it just felt so low after losing. Because like all my family was there as well watching in the front, and then I literally remember just sat there watching them lift the trophy like right in front of us. It was horrible.
Oh, that's gonna make me cry right now. I'm like, oh my gosh. Would that be the same for you? Or?
Yeah, because we went very far in this tournament, and losing at this point was like really heartbreaking. So yeah.
I'm actually, I guess, surprised. I feel like you've been a part of the team for so long, but that moment for you was the hardest.
Yeah, it's a mix because like at this moment and even now I'm getting older, so I'm not young anymore, and I know that my years count. Like I know I will not play Siege for the rest of my life. So when we came at this moment in the final and losing, I was like, maybe it's the last time I will experience that, So that's why I was like heartbroken.
The hardest moment for me, it was the SI 2022. I think SI 2022, losing to Astralis, we didn't deserve to lose. And when the team is better, like I get it. But when the team just not better in my view, I was completely devastated. That was the tough moment of my career right now. I hope there is no more like
I
this.
think it's the first time I saw this guy crying as well. Yeah.
I will cry now.
Yeah, I know. I was like, okay. Is there anything that you want to say to the fans? I mean, they love y'all. Is there anything that you want to say? We're grateful for y'all. Anything you want to say, in regards to that?
Yeah, I think it's kind of basic to say that, but I really think it's thank you for the support. They are always behind us. Even when we lose, even when we win, they are behind us. Like we are not like the team who, when we lose, people start saying, "Oh, BDS is now bad, bad change." No, I never like I see, of course, but not often this kind of thing. So I just thank the people who support us to be like this, and we love them.
What are you going to say to them?
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, you're hilarious. Okay, what about you?
Just thank you and keep it up.
Aw, everyone
That was
wish him a
worse
happy
than
birthday. Thank you so much for the amazing interview and good luck with the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yay. Okay, good.
set, go.
huge, huge day for Rainbow Six at the Esports World Cup, and we are gearing up in the perfect way. Before we get into our epic grand final between BDS and W7M, we thought we'd have a battle of our own here in the exclusive VR Battle Royale arena on the Boulevard. As you can see, Milosh and Jackie getting all set up and ready to step into our virtual arena. I'll be joining them. Hey, Milosh.
Yeah.
Just so you're aware.
I cannot see you right now, but
I'm gonna have you for breakfast in this arena. That sounds horrible. I'm coming over now to me, to Jackie. Jackie, whoa, are you ready for this?
Of course. Where are you?
I'm here. I'm gonna leave them to it. We'll pick back up after we've finished.
we won 2-0. Easy.
MVP, baby. We all know.
Yeah. About that whole eating breakfast part.
Can we just get into the final now? I think we should just get into the
I think
BDS to B7M.
we should focus on my win.
No, let's get into the actual game. All right, it's Grand Final Sunday, Championship Sunday. Mila, should we do this?
Yeah, let's do it.
Pow 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 pow.
Championship Sunday. Today we crown our winner and they will etch their name in history forever. Welcome to the Rainbow Six Finals here at EWC live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. I'm your host Ginny. Join with me on the desk. This time around we have Anne as well as Tristan. And we're ready to break this one down because we have been absolutely spoiled for choice in the last couple of days when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege, but today is going to be no different.
I agree with you 100%. We've had some really, really good games leading up to that grand final. I hope that we're going to see the same from this one as well. It is a bit of a rematch. These two teams facing off against each other in that group stage already as well. And I think W7M are out for revenge.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be interesting, this a rematch, right? It's not too often that you see in the Rainbow Six tournaments that a rematch happens in the final, especially as well. There's added pressure on that. Two great teams. Let's see.
And added pressure on top of BDS as well, because they have never actually lost here in Saudi Arabia. So they're in the final once again. Are they going to prove themselves once again after what happened in Manchester too? I think a lot of these storylines about pressure and proving yourself just to keep on building.
100%, yeah. They're obviously here to prove something, having won a tournament in this specific region 2 times in a row now, having gone through a bit of roster changes. We'll get into that one later as well. But yeah, they're looking to defend their title, I guess, in that regard, but also having seen some of the players on social media so far, they feel very ready for it.
Yeah, social media is a different conversation that we'll get into at some point, but the club championship point is really important here because Team Liquid were hot on Falcon's heels, but with dropping yesterday out of that semifinal against W7M, which has allowed them to be in the finals today, that kind of does put a spanner into work when it comes to the amount of points that they could be accumulating here, because it's not going to be 1,000, Tristan.
Yeah, I mean, you were enjoying yesterday if you were a Falcons fan, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we've not spoken about that too much, but yeah, I mean, it's one less game where Liquid are going to pick up a ton of points. I think they get a fair few, right? Just not the big 1,000 that everybody's aiming for.
Yeah, and that is something to keep in mind, but we have a little explainer as well in terms of what exactly happens now that Liquid is out of the competition with this club championship point. So let's check in and see what is going on.
Today, we will crown an EWC champion. It's been a long and arduous journey, and only 2 keys remain. But only one team can capture and claim the EWC trophy. Each team here was granted a key. Those eliminated had their keys crushed, as well as their EWC dreams. And those crushed keys will now decorate the totem in honor of those who made it this far, but fell short. And to sweeten the victory, the EWC champion will select 3 broken keys to encase in the base of their trophy. Perhaps to reminisce about friendly rivalries, or to stress that Titans were toppled and only one team can come out on top. Who will be our EWC champion and gain points and get closer to the club championship trophy, the highest honor here? May the best team win.
Best? May the best team win indeed. We've already touched upon the fact that when you're looking at this trophy, you can put 3 different keys in it. We've already crushed 14 keys so far, quick maths, out of the 16 teams because only 2 remain. And we touched upon this, Tristan, when it came to your perspective as a coach, but also the perspective of players. Do you put the keys in there of teams that you've beaten along the way? But we're looking at the finals. I mean, the Brazilian teams, they've been crushed. W7M, the only one left. So you got a lot of choice here.
Yeah, I mean, BDS kind of have it both ways if they win this final, right? That you can put the world champions Furia in there, you can put FaZe Clan in there who you beat, and you could potentially put W7M in there who you beat, who are one of the most successful organizations ever in Rainbow Six, right? So for them, if they were to win, I think they kind of have it both ways, don't they?
100%. I mean, if I was in that position, I would have a very difficult time making these decisions on what teams you specifically put on in there. I wonder if maybe a conversation point as well, if you do end up not even facing a team, would you eventually put them in there? For example, with Furia, the reigning SY champions.
Yeah, I mean, that's the conversation that these teams are going to have amongst themselves, because by the end of today, we will know what key goes in which trophy and who will take it home. But in regards of the whole ecosystem when it comes to club championship points, let's check in with EWC Central, because they are going to give us a quick little update.
Of course, you can see the completed bracket, including yesterday's semi-finals. And I'm going to start with Team BDS. Their Rainbow Six team is one of 2 teams competing here at the Esports World Cup. So they will need another top 8 finish later on in Week 8 with Rocket League squad in order to become eligible for the club championship. On the other side, W7M Esports unfortunately has no other teams here in Riyadh and therefore will not be eligible for that club championship. With Team Liquid dropping the series to W7M yesterday, the club will stay at 1,445 points in the 2nd seed in the standings, but Liquid has already accrued 5 top 8 finishes. 5 top 8 finishes, and they're still waiting for their first tournament win, one of the only teams on the top 10 list. Of course, we will keep you up to date with the impact of the results, as well as every other game taking place here at EWC, right here on EWC Central. If you want to keep up to date with the club championship, as the games, mini games, teachings, conversations, join us every Thursday through Sunday, 4 until 8, twitch.tv EWC, youtube.com/EWC. That's it from this episode of the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by STC.
Thank you so much, Trevor, for the insight in terms of where Liquid currently stands. And I think a really important point here, Anne, is the fact that they are at 2nd, having a pretty good headway on Na'Vi. However, they are not winning, and they have not won anything. They don't have an actual title. They just have so many teams competing in so many different titles, getting top 8 finishes.
Seems like what Liquid and Siege suffers from is not one too familiar with all the other games I guess they participate in, getting to top 8, but just not getting that sweet victory that they've been craving for a very long time. I think we all had a collective gasp as well when we saw, oh, W7M, they don't actually have another team competing here. This, for them, is going to be really difficult in regards of those championship points. So for BDS, especially with their games coming up later, it is going to matter even more.
Yeah, but then for BDS as well, it doesn't matter if their other team, I'm assuming it is going to be Rocket League that doesn't compete as well here. So for BDS, yes, this is a great way to set the stage in regards to being able to win a competition, because then you're already sitting at 1,000 points. And if we're looking at that, a lot of teams are only sitting at 1,000 points, being T1, being Alpha 7 for PUBG Mobile. So something to keep in mind as well is they will shoot up on that leaderboard. G2 is going to fall off if their team in the different title does get top 8. But how exactly did we get here? Because yesterday, I think we all expected it to be very close games. Yes, they were both 2-0s, and I think the Furia BDS game was the one that shocked me the most.
Yeah, I mean, that was the most dominant matchup that we've potentially seen all tournament, and I think it was BDS just looked great yesterday. They seriously looked as though they were on it. You can't even really pick out too many rounds where they sort of clutched it up either. It was sort of quite dominant rounds. But equally, I don't think Furia really looked like truly too bad. I just think BDS were that great.
Yeah, it's difficult to go up against a team when they're literally looking that good and hitting every shot that they're supposed to be hitting as well. We're seeing, of course, that game between W7M and Liquid as well. W7M definitely being the underdog in that one in regards of the votes from the fans and from all of our viewers as well. But coming out victorious, very good for them to see there. I think this game, we said about every single game that BDS has played so far here, but this game could have also been our grand final.
Yeah, and it's what we said for a long time, right? BDS Furia, I think a lot of us had them in the talent tier list, S tier, along with maybe FaZe. A few of us had FaZe in there, and it's a shame that we didn't get to see it as the final, but equally, they got to play on main stage against each other. That's a match that I know a lot of Siege fans have been looking for a long time. For me, it's a little bit of a shame it didn't go on longer, but for BDS, I mean, they're happy, right?
BDS are absolutely chilling, but so is W7M after they got to crush Liquid Ski. I don't think anyone necessarily expected W7M to be the ones to come out on top, but that's something that they say that they are used to. They're used to being the underdogs. They're used to not being the favorites in this tournament. But for me, after the performance that I have seen from BDS today, if I was a W7M fan, I would be just a little bit worried, maybe a little bit a lot.
I think the reason why I'd be worried as well is because we said it is a rematch, and the initial matchup was a 7-2 for BDS on Nighthaven, and it felt like BDS succeeded in almost every single front. A very dominant game from them.
Yeah, but League of Fact did mention in the interview that it is a best of one, so it doesn't necessarily mean much, and we see how BDS is able to adapt time and time again when it comes to these matchups, particularly against FaZe Clan. The first map being very much dominant from the side of FaZe Clan, and then after that it was 7-2, 7-0.
Yeah, I mean, BDS just seem to have this thing with them right now where it's kind of fearless in a way, and you spoke about it previously on the desk. We've seen Brede running out and peeking things with an SMG11, something where maybe traditionally you wouldn't think of a player like Brede. We think of him as that clutch type of player. We think of him as a slower type player, but BDS have got everything. You've seen it in the interview that EFAC said. Part of what's really exciting for us about bringing in these two ex-MNM players, Usus and Solotov, changing to English, is that we kind of have this mesh of styles, and it seems to just be working so well for them. They're just figuring out solutions constantly.
Yeah, and they are at least sitting on second place right now, which is $350,000 just for being in the finals. If they win it, it's $750,000. That is like a huge percentage of the $2 million prize pool. I am not going to do percentages live on broadcast, but what I am going to do, however, is I'm going to welcome the analyst for BDS. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. It's a pleasure. Let's have a little bit of a conversation about your team particularly, and maybe the pressure heading into this game with that prize pool on top of it, and the fact that you can qualify for EWC Club Championship point. What's the mood like going into today?
Pretty chill. Like we've been on international stages before. We've won the tournament 2 times before. We've done a preparation. We're fully prepared. We know what we can expect from them. And I mean, of course, like stuff can happen and things can go wrong, but we are in a mentality where if stuff goes wrong, we can always find solutions for them.
We've definitely seen that when it came to the game against FaZe Clan. Map 1, maybe not necessarily wrong, but didn't go in your favor. The adaptations came through pretty quickly. When it comes to these adaptations, as an analyst, How do you approach them to make sure that the team is able to go ahead with them?
No, I mean, we look at like the previous matches of the team and see like, okay, this is how they play, and then based on like how we played ourselves, like a Nighthaven, for example, we made some mistakes. Then we see what those mistakes were. We discuss them based on, with the notes for the next map, and then we see like, okay, these are the solutions we can bring, and then we play with those solutions in mind.
All right. Well, Tristan was talking about a lot of sleepless nights, so we'll see whether or not that's true. But
yeah, I mean, that's a question I have as well. I mean, you're finding out about 12 hours or 24 hours before you're actually playing the game what opponent you're playing against. What does that look like against time-wise for you as an analyst?
Well, it's all about preparation. Like before the tournament, of course, we try to prepare as much as possible, which you have to prepare 15 teams, is quite a lot. But if, like within the team ourselves, like the players also look at a lot of VODs, like while we're doing the preparation. So like they are all contributing in their own way, which I think greatly helps with managing the time. And then when we know the opponent, like we just full focus on it, like we get the stats, we get the data, and then we look at the VODs and we see like, okay, this is how they play and our blueprints and all that. And we find out how we can go against it. And I mean, we just try to manage as best with the time as possible. But as I always say to the team, like I try to do as much as I can with the time, but I am no magic man. I can't do stuff with the speed of light. So, yeah.
And just to follow up on that perfectly, from my side of things, thank you so much for your time. As you said, it's very valuable. I'd just like to ask you, as one of the remaining members of the previous BDS French edition rosters, now speaking English, how has that been for you, as you're not a French member of that team?
Well, the turnaround from French to English was pretty normal. Like, of course, I speak English quite well, and I have had French for 6 years in high school. So, well, I can like order a sandwich and like order in the menu like what to do. I can't speak French, but I can understand it pretty well. So whenever the guys were communicating like in and outside of game, I understood like 50%, and the rest you get like context clues. And sometimes you have to ask for clarification. And whenever I speak with them, it was always in English, and they spoke to me back in English. So there was all like the switch over from French to English for them wasn't that hard, because they were already used to speaking on English on a daily basis. Like if I wasn't there, I would assume it would have been a bit harder.
Yeah, and that's incredibly valuable for us to know as well. I think it's something that we didn't really know too much, right, Ginny? So thank you so much.
Yeah, I would say your English is actually really, really good. So thank you so much for taking the time for the interview in English as well. We do appreciate it. We're going to be looking at the Doritos reactions of yesterday, particularly because there was a lot of emotion involved as usual.
Yeah, I guess specifically in this first match, everything that we talk about with Liquid is that it comes with a very much emotion in their team. We've seen, of course, very sad emotions from this team in the past as well. We've seen Maya now go absolutely crazy as well. I think one player that I'm going to highlight on in regards of these reactions that we're seeing at the moment is Volps. We spoke about him playing against his former team, how he had a bit of a struggling start to that specific matchup, but he came alive during that game, as well in his reactions as well.
Yeah, and I think we kind of expected it to be that way, right? I think it's been quite public, this sort of rivalry between Volps and his ex-teammates, and of course the transition from Maya over to Team Liquid as well has kind of added that extra element to it. But I mean, it's amazing watching these guys, and especially somebody else we've spoken about him so many times, Shaiko. We don't usually see this.
Yeah.
I'd say at the Manchester Major Final, he actually looked sort of quite stressed in a way, didn't he? A lot of people picked up on that publicly on social media, even I believe on the desk in the casting booths, that they spoke about that. But I mean, he looks real happy here. He's shooting bodies. He's getting violent. He's getting real violent out there, Ginny.
He's getting down and dirty with the competition, and today he's going to have to do so because it will be up against W7M. Now, this is an organization that has a lot of title to their names, but it is yet to be the case for this roster that is currently piloting it. So for them, this is a matter of, okay, we're going up against BDS. They've already won in Saudi Arabia twice before. They have other titles to their name as well. So I'm going to be excited to see how this one plays out.
So am I. I mean, especially for W7M, I guess, going into this, they will have to adapt and learn a lot from that initial matchup they did against BDS, because, like we said, I mean, that was the game where we saw Relay, for example, go absolutely crazy, swinging at players from windows with the SMG-11. Not something you'd expect, but how do you adapt to that as W7M being?
Yeah, and it's like, for me, I love this whole storyline as well with W7M, right? Of Fury have been knocked out of this tournament, and we spoke with somebody from Team Fury on the first day, didn't we, Ginny? Saying that a big part of the reason we picked up this roster, this W7M roster into Fury, was for the World Championship, for the Esports World Cup, for the points, right? Now, we're seeing a potential world in which W7M, who lost that roster, and it could win this event, or could also just generally win any major international event before Furia do. I don't think anybody had that predicted at all.
Absolutely not. But then it also comes in for W7M, where their Siege team is the only team here at the Esports World Cup. So then something to keep in mind. Even if they do win this, it doesn't necessarily qualify them for club championship appointment. BDS, if they win this again, same thing, unless their other team gets a top 8 finish. So a lot of moving pieces and elements to this game particularly, but the players are also moving because they are ready to arrive with the Jamil Motorsport player arrivals. They are ready to go, ready to hit the server, just like every single one of us in the shiny, sunny, warm Saudi Arabia.
I'm sure for our Brazilians here, it won't really matter too much.
Yeah,
I think they're pretty used to it. I mean, you guys were out in Brazil, right, for SI, and I hear some stories about the heat over there.
It was nice, though.
I think they'll be used to it. They look cool, they look calm, they look collected. We're not seeing as much emotion or energy from these two teams, I think, as we've seen from others coming in. You've seen what SSG earlier into the tournament. Forest was going a little bit crazy with things, and I feel like I get such a great vibe from the interviews with these two teams that we've seen repeatedly. They're just calm. They're really calm. They're patient, and they're ready to go.
Yeah, this just seems like another day in the office for them. And I mean, having spoken to them with the interviews as well, it kind of feels like they are ready to take these teams down. Well, from both sides, but we're going to see who actually ends up being right.
Well, it is another day in the office for them, but for us as well. And this is a matchup that we might not have necessarily seen too many times before, but I am looking forward to how this will play out, because I feel like BDS this time around in this tournament, they are ready to go. I feel like they are warmed up, they're locked in, they are not really facing any challenges and haven't faced any challenges. Even when we have seen them go up against W7M in that best of one, it looked very one-sided and it looked like BDS just had it down to a T, which for me coming into the finals brings me the question, this is supposed to be their biggest hurdle. How big of a hurdle will it be?
We spoke about, this initial matchup being a best of 1. We're now talking about a best of 5. That is completely different, of course. A factor comes into play as well. How many maps have you shown already? What is there for footage for the other team to see what you have been doing on said maps that you're showing so far in the tournament? But also the depth, right? I mean, you can get away with a cheese round here and there, but you can't continue that over 5 maps to really show who's the stronger team.
Yeah, and it's like you say, that difference between the maps played as well, I'm sure we'll speak about. I know you have a great point to make on that, and it's different when it gets to a best of 5, because it's kind of about the endurance of things, right? It's difficult to sit there potentially for, up to 5 hours, right, and still be playing at your best. That's something to manage. It's something to think about earlier in your day, and maybe that's why we're seeing 2 very calm walkouts today.
Yeah, they gotta reserve that energy, but actually we were lucky enough to be able to check in with the players ahead of this matchup, so let's see what they had to say.
When it comes to Team BDS, I think they probably have a little bit more of fragging potential than us, but then we have more coordination than them. Would have to pick somebody from BDS, I would go with Likefak, because he can frag, he can IGL, and he does one of the roles in the game that's the hardest. They're the red player, that's the role I do, so I think that he's the best there. For my team, what I would pick would probably, I would go with like the same thing, Vopes, because he's the whole package, like Likefak. Like he can frag, he's the IGL, he can do so many roles in the game. And what I know, they are more fear to do this because of his fragging potential. I think Brazilian Siege is way better than every Siege in the world. That's why we have the top 4, 3 Brazilians, and we could have FaZe there, so it is what it is. I don't think it's gonna be an easy game with BDS. I know our Siege is better in terms of Brazil and EU, but BDS is by far one of the best teams in the world right now.
Obviously, we beat them in the group stage, like you said, but they made it to grand final, so they're a great team, but obviously we came here to win, so I think it's not going to be different than before. We're going to win again. I mean, obviously they made it to grand finals, so top 2 is already a great achievement. If you play good, we're going to win. If you play bad, we're going to lose. I think it's up to us more than them. I mean, they should be aware of everyone, to be honest, because every game is just someone else popping up and making us win game, to be honest. I think that's our strongest part. everyone can just pop off and we can win the game. I think I would say Vopes, because I think he's their IGL. And obviously, I think IGL takes like a really big part on how you play the game, how you understand the game, basically. And he's a really good, mechanically really good player as well, so I think I would say Vopes. We are prepared really good for the grand final, so we're going to go full power and just win the grand final and lift the trophy. They should just fear from us. It's not going to be different than last time.
Good luck in stopping me and Dodas.
A lot of confidence from both of these teams coming into this, and that is what we want to see because you're going to need that on the server.
I think also some honesty coming out from Loben there as well, saying, okay, maybe BDS seem to be having the better fraggers, but we seem to be having the better teamwork and communication. However, in that best of one they played against BDS, I feel like that was lacking. What was lacking and what was the main thing what made them lose that matchup? I have complimented on their teamwork and their communication and synergy so far, and we've seen it be very, very good. But it's also been lacking time from time.
I mean, that's got to be the main talking point of this match, right? Ultimately, you are up against probably the best fragging team in the world right now in BDS. It's not even a shame to say that anymore because we've seen it against the best teams in the world. We've seen it against FaZe Clan. We've seen it against Furia. We've also seen it against W7M. If you're going to have the better teamwork, it has to show out on the day. If you've got less firepower, you have to find a way of shutting down that firepower. So if we're not seeing that synergy, we're not seeing that teamwork, it could be a very, very difficult time for W7M. But as they say, they feel as though they have that, and they may not have shown it already, but if you feel as though you can rely on your teammate to do this, I'm going to swing this, he's going to swing this, we're going to do this together, you've got a chance against anybody.
Teamwork makes the dream work. That's what we have to keep in mind. But if you want to cast your vote in terms of which team do you think is going to be heading out on top, head over to secplay.gg and let us know who do you think is the favorite in this matchup, W7M or BDS, because both of these teams I think have a lot to prove, as we've already touched upon. There is a lot of the prize pool on the line. There is club championship points on the line potentially for BDS, and a lot of different moving elements heading into this where it's like, we've gotten to a matchup that yesterday when we were looking at it was revenge. It was, we want to prove ourselves, we want that revenge, ex-teammates, got to get it going. Now I feel like this is a respect matchup. I want to earn the respect of the other team. I want to prove I am currently the best team in the world, and I want other teams to respect me. W7M is looking for that respect regionally and internationally, and BDS is also looking for that respect internationally.
You're making a very good point though, because when we did the interview with W7M, they were saying, oh, you know, we were not really predicted to win this matchup. What was it, like 27% going up against Liquid? But they took them down in such a dominant fashion as well. They're saying, we don't want to be seen as the underdogs. I don't think it's fair to be seeing us as the underdogs as well. So when it comes to those predictions, I'm very curious to see what people will be saying for this specific matchup. But yeah, W7M, and I want to talk about that teamwork a little bit more. I have seen it be very good, something that we have been speaking about, when they're going, for example, for like a Maverick line, and they're holding that perfectly to make sure no one can bandit trick or they're refragging each other. That seems to be on point, but it has to be on point on this specific day as well.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, and it's not to be horrible, they have no chance if they're not doing that teamwork today. That's just the truth of it. Their teamwork has to be great today. But, as we said, they feel as though that's their strength. We had, I believe it was Dash here before, and we spoke to him, and he was talking about their team just feels really calm. They trust in each other. It's a great family environment. Ultimately, they just have to bring that out today. But Anne, and I'll be honest, from a coaching perspective, that can be harder to do across the best of 5 for 5+ hours. Sometimes you need to rely on a little bit of magic. Sometimes the energy will be a little bit lower. You'll be losing a few rounds. And I'll tell you what helps in that situation, Ginny and Anne, is having Shaiko on your team. Having anybody like that on your team. But that's not to disrespect this W7M roster, because they would not be here if they didn't have star power themselves. And I feel like they're also doing themselves a little bit of a discredit, Anne, because I know you have the statistics on it. They have some great entry ability on that team.
I was going to say, if you want to mention any star player on the side of W7M, you have to speak about Loben. He's currently going +12 on the entry. He'll be super important in that beginning part of the round to make sure that they can shut down these BDS fraggers early on. If he can shoot down, for example, Shaiko when he's playing Leisha in the very first 2 seconds, he's not going to be able to do much with the goo mine. So those aspects can be very important.
Yeah, and then they're going up against BDS, and that is a team that we said time and time again. It feels like the perfect picture at this point here from the side of BDS. They are a team that have fraggers, they have initially we'd be like, okay, Shaiko, yes, that's the player that they'll be relying on, but now we've seen multiple people from this roster step up in different maps, in different matchups, in different roles, and that is a scary thing to be dealing with.
Yeah, I mean, it's terrifying. And I'm going to let you just speak for 1 second about users because I know you're loving his performance this event.
Yeah, he's been the highest rated player coming into this match. I think 1.56 or something for himself there. So whereas we talk about Shaiko a lot, him being that start player on this team, like Solotov said in the interview as well, we have this potential where every single player can really step up and can really pop off when it matters the most. Users, we spoke to him in the interview as well, a player that stuck with his former team for a very long time, was wanted by a lot of different organizations and a lot of different teams simply because of what he brings to the team. The versatility, the fragging power, it's a complete package all in one.
Yeah, and I mean, neither of these teams would be here if there were no weak players, but the difference for BDS is that this is 5 seriously star players. This is players who would be wanted by pretty much any team in the world, whether it be English-speaking, French-speaking, whatever language you want, you can put any of them in there, they'll do a great job, right? It's the worry for me with BDS is you went up against Beast Coast in the Manchester Major Final. They were massive underdogs in that Beast Coast. Everybody predicted that BDS were going to win that. You're now against W7M. Is there going to be that similar kind of pressure again? Because you've played the FaZe Clan. You've played the Furia. You've proven you've got all the ability. You've proven you've got the star power. You've proven you can win. But that pressure, again, in a best of 5, we saw a really long best of 5 series against Beast Coast, and that sort of their level dropped towards the end of it. Will we see something like that again?
Or will we see a blowout game where it's a 3-0? I think a lot of different elements could be happening here. I mean, yesterday we thought, oh yeah, BDS Furia is going to be going all the way to that final map, but that was not the case. And we could genuinely be seeing that again today, but it is a best of 5, so different map picks, different approaches potentially to a map feeder here, Tristan, from a coach's perspective.
Yeah, it's as we're going to speak on in a second. BDS have played very few maps at this event. W7M have played the majority of the map pool at this event. So equally, you're looking at, what have they done? Also, are we going to go into Nighthaven after what happened to them previously if you're W7M? Because that was not even close. Like that, really, they probably could have been 7-0'd in there as well, if we're being completely honest. BDS looked different that day. The mindset that you're going to have going into it is, well, we've got to pick at least 1 or 2 maps here that we're really, really comfortable on. So I would expect to see W7M pick one of their top maps, a map that they feel, we've seen a bit of BDS on this and we think that we can have them. Other than that, it's honestly, in a best of 5, it's kind of a free-for-all.
Yeah, to put the numbers there, we've seen BDS play 4 maps so far, and W7M have played 6 maps so far. They've played the same maps as BDS did, but added 2 maps to that tally. Now, this Bang Ban I can 100% understand from W7M. BDS had a 7-game win streak on that map. You don't want to play that in the scenario of a best of 5. Definitely not early on to get on that early disadvantage either. Then we're taking a Clubhouse, a very standard pick, I guess we can say as well. Concert will be our second. I like for BDS this kind of confidence, because W7M have also a 7-game win streak on Chalet. They were willing to leave that in a little bit longer with the potential risk of W7M. We're going to pick it. Does that mean that maybe they have more confidence going into this map veto and are willing to play different maps?
I mean, if you also have a undefeated streak on that map, BDS is not going to be scared to break it. They've done that before with other teams. And also a little bit more tape available here, Tristan, which allows them to run through it and just figure out how they want to approach that. We then have Oregon. I think that is pretty standard. BDS probably being any of the teams that we would expect to bring it out here.
I mean, BDS, in my opinion, the best Oregon team in the world. We're talking pure fundamentals, 5 players in 5 great positions. We're going to outfrag you. We're going to outplay you. It's a super small map, condensed, very experienced. People know what they're doing on that map. For me, something, and again, that's a storyline here, is that Nighthaven Labs was left in here by W7M and BDS did not pick it. There's a little bit of mental warfare going on here, because if you don't pick a map that you've absolutely rolled a team on, I'm not sure.
You live and you learn, right?
100%. There's 2 scenarios here that I'm looking forward to. One of those could be, for example, Oregon is our last map. It is a 3-0 from either side. That means we're seeing the very last time Oregon. We're definitely going to see it here for who knows for how long, because it's going to be getting out of that map pool. But then again, our 4th map being Border, I think with these 2 teams and the fragging potential that we have on both rosters, that could be an absolute showdown with Loban, for example, on the entry, with all these BDS players that can individually really really step up. So I'm secretly hoping it's not going to be a trio in that way.
I don't think it will be, because W7M has proven themselves time and time again, internationally and regionally, and this is another step in their success. 35% of the predictions as well are swinging towards W7M, 65 for BDS. This is generally the most equal we have seen any of these prediction goes. And with that, we are ready to head into the first game of this best of 5, the finals here at EWC. Titles are on the line, respect, pride, but also the money, the cash prize. So we are ready to start off the first game of the finals of Rainbow Six Siege at EWC. Honestly, all I can say is let the games begin.
Now, before we get into this epic grand final, let's get the final words from both teams. Starting with W7M, I'm standing by with Coach Norris. You've got a very tough challenge ahead of you. Many calling you the underdogs, but that is where you thrive, right?
Yeah, it's perfect, and we are so confident to the match, and we love be underdogs.
Best of luck. Over to you, Milos with Team BDS.
Thank you very much, Ian. I'm standing by here with BDS and our coach, Stuflex. I mean, look, BDS, they've won gold twice here in Riyadh. This time you make it to your third final. How are you feeling ahead of it?
Honestly, we're feeling good, and we're just gonna destroy W7M.
There it is. You heard it here from Stuflex, and I'll say it myself. W7M, or like L7M. That's what we got here. So let's get this game started.
I have got goosebumps right now, and that is because there is nothing quite like a championship Sunday in Siege, especially when the stakes are this high.
Absolutely. Only a week ago, our teams landed in Riyadh. They went through a grueling group stage, on to playoffs, in quarters, semis, and after all the dust had settled, only two walk onto the stage today in our grand final.
It all comes down to this. 5 Europeans will line up here with a potential 5 maps separating them from history.
And on the other side, it's 5 Brazilians with a big pedigree. There's a lot of history behind their organization. Today, they pick up where giants laid down the foundation.
Let's get into this, starting with EWC. It's W7M! They didn't just have big shoes to fill when they joined this org. They were gigantic footprints that they are trying to follow, and they are one step away from doing the unthinkable as such a new roster as part of this legendary organization.
And their opponents, Team BDS! This squad has seen success 2 years in a row here in Riyadh. Gold they have hoisted once, twice, and they look for a third here at the Esports World Cup and live at the Gadia Arena. Yes, their roster might have changed. Yes, their playstyle might have swapped, but they stand on their own shoulders and they look for gold once more.
I got chills right now, Milos.
Absolutely. So, W7M, Team BDS, please place your keys and take your seats.
I'm going to have to push you here, Milos. We have to pick a winner briefly. I've had a soft spot for Brazil ever since SI earlier this year. I've got to go with the boys, W7M.
I understand, however, I've been an EU shill. It's where I started 8 years ago, and I'm fully backing BDS in this final.
Let's do it.
Let's get it on.
Well, going for gold for the 3rd time in 3 years in Riyadh is Team BDS if they can take down W7M here in the grand final for the Esports World Cup. For W7M, of course, they were champions at the start of the year. Different roster, though, but same organization. Now, once again, looking to be champions once again.
Yeah, and on the side of BDS, they come into this tournament with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder after missing out on SI 2024, missing out on lifting the trophy at Manchester, Nick, but now an opportunity to go back to back here in Riyadh, of course. The inaugural Esports World Cup. Can they do it once more?
Not just that, but this is BDS that, as you said, they missed out. They went from French comms over to English communication, picked up Solotov and users and parted ways with Elemsh and Renshi. So big changes here for BDS, yet their performance, if anything, is even bigger than before. My big question is, either this is the greatest honeymoon stage of a team ever, or they are just at that next level here for BDS.
And very quickly as well, I want to get it straight out in the open. We get to say goodbye to Oregon properly. It's the third map here in this grand final. How fitting. Of course, for those a little bit unfamiliar, we do say goodbye to Oregon coming into stage 2. We say hello to Lair. So it does mean, at least for the time being, we get to say goodbye to one of the lovable maps. People do say Borrigan, but I tend to like it. For this grand final, though, guys, W7M, I think are definitely coming in as the underdog. I think that's fair to say. Coming into the event itself, we go all the way back. BDS, ranked by a lot of people, were #1 on the power rankings, on the tier lists, whatever you wanted to make. Now they've made it all the way to the grand final, and they are playing some of their best Siege.
Yeah, fully expected them to make it into the grand final at absolute minimum. Heading into the event, I expected them to take the whole thing. On the other side of W7M, probably didn't anticipate them to make such a deep run. So they truly go in as underdogs in this matchup, but we know the Brazilian flair that can be brought inside of the server, the fight that they will show. BDS will not have an easy time tonight.
You say that, but I feel like there is a world where BDS, they can like realistically say 3-0, 3-1 because they look that much better than the opposition so far this entire tournament, taking down, for example, Furia 2-0. BDS, the most struggle they've had so far, besides losing one single map, was a 7-4 victory. They don't win close games. They beat their opponents outright, no questions asked.
Yeah, you go all the way back to that quarterfinal matchup against FaZe Clan, and while they did drop the opening map on Nighthaven Labs 7-5, the response was swift. It was clinical. 7-0, followed them by 7-2, and I think at one point, actually, it ended up being something like 13 to 14 rounds in a row. Let's get into the band phase, though, in the grand final underway. Of course, best of 5 here for the Esports World Cup grand final. W7M taking on BDS into the band phase. Dockerby, first one off the board.
Any expectations here for the bands? Because the only thing that I saw from BDS was that they like to remove the Valkyrie from play pretty often. Other than that, they both like to flex their Obita bands so far this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, probably expecting a Monty follow-up here or a Blitz. We know how powerful shields are in this current meta, as I'm sure you can attest to, Nick, as a long-time Monty fan. We'll see what it is in the end. But no, actually, the Ying. So shields will remain. Ying, a bit of an intriguing one. Still a very powerful operator, especially at the competitive level where teams can sync around those Candela flashes. We now head into the defense, though. BDS to double down with their second ban.
Mira.
And it's Mira. Now, Mira has become increasingly popular, especially over towards basement. You think about top floor as well, especially on the gym side of the map. And so they won't have to worry about that here.
This with last one is here. Could be a little bit of a Sami. The Valkyrie spoke out earlier, for example, or something like the Valkyrie Intel game, but not from BDS, but from W7M. Now, the thing that I want to look for is the aggression, because both teams of W7M and BDS, they like to lash out, especially on the defensive side. They like to fight for their space, keep onto it, not give up anything for free. And it's how BDS they dealt with Fury so well, because they are such a firepower of a team where all 5 players can win the most incredible gunfights in any moment in that round.
Well, the moment has arrived, and haven't we been waiting? It is this best of 5 to see whether or not BDS can make it 3 grand final wins in a row on this soil in Riyadh, or can W7M as an organization find another grand final victory in 2024? Clubhouse, first map up. It was picked by BDS. Expectations, not only, I think, coming into the grand final is for them to be favored, but certainly starting on this particular map. In saying that, they will be attacking first up. Very quickly, gentlemen, before we do get underway, I want quick predictions. Pengu, who have you got?
I'm gonna go BDS 3-1.
I'm going to have to follow suit. 3-1.
Oh.
I hope it's not. I hope we see all 5 maps, but I think it's difficult to envision.
I'll play impartial and say W7M 3-2.
Oh, okay. I like that.
Could be a fun like that.
There is I think BDS, one thing they have that not many teams do this tournament is that if Shaiko rather pops off on attack on Deimos, for example, W7M might have to target ban it later on in this series. For example, come Consulate, come Oregon, where Deimos is a very prevalent operator. So watch Shaiko right now. If he plays Deimos, if he pops off, maybe that could happen later on in the series.
Yeah, on the Capital though for the opening round, and so his value will be found in the late round with that smoke and fire utility. Some aggression early on here. Over towards blue, as Solotov takes ground in garage. He's on the buck though this round, and so he'll likely want to reposition for vertical play, but this is quite the aggressive roam and quite the opening pick. It is the big man of Shaiko, the first to fall.
I like this quite a lot, actually. When you play in the grand finals, those first couple rounds, you know, you get comfortable, you feel things out. I like that W7M, they're showing aggression and confidence already, because if they play pass on the bomb side, that's a bad start for them. We missed him.
Oh, shot through the wall. Dotus has found a second kill in quick succession, taking out Shaiko and Solotov. 2-player advantage on for W7M. Beginning in this opening round of the grand final, it is defense Clubhouse. Expectations do need to be tempered, but it's the way in which they've done well in this round on the roam game. There is one back though. It's Users who does eventually take down the roamer.
Yeah, that's going to fall back right there from WCM. They got their first 2 picks, lost one play, now fall back to bomb side as much as possible here. Play the 4 versus 3. Club, more often than not, comes down to that 5v5, 4v4 on bombs that execute. So when defenders get a pick or 2 early on, that's going to bolster their win percentage so much more. And it makes all the sense here. They're going to fall back, let BDS work the map first.
Hatches, though, can be worked here by BDS. They have double hard bridge still up. And you think about Users, especially in the real late portions of this round with 5 Quan Hive launches still available as well. He can space out and zone out some of this defense.
Ooh.
And now it's a 3 versus 3. And these are the kind of rounds that BDS can crawl back.
Yeah, this is a place where you gotta have the discipline with W7M. You lashed out, you got your pick, you got what you wanted. Now you get a little bit greedy because you gotta play those numbers together. Back to a 3-3. You've given BDS a way back into this round. Flashbangs on the Hibana. They still got the Grimpies, 5 in pocket as well. So BDS, they can still execute in 20 seconds time.
Certainly enough time. remaining on the clock, but now down to that 3v3 margin. It does make things a little bit more difficult, and certainly for W7M, still a Nitrous Cell on the side of Dots. Over towards Garage here for Liquefac, and I wonder, does he drop Oil Pit here? Drones at first. And he will follow that as well as the bees go out from the Quan Hive launcher over towards Blue. Liquefac does find a kill in through Pit. He can make his way in. Suddenly BDS with the advantage. Dots sitting inside of Church. And you got Loban inside of Arsenal. They are split. They will not be able to trade each other. And certainly now having to just play for yourself, play for your own life. 12 seconds, certainly time's still a factor if you can get a couple of kills, but what a swing. Up close from Brede, successful, and Loban as the solo now needs to get all three, or at least try and stop this plant, but he cannot find it. Uses the perfect Guardian to make sure that Brede does not lose his life, and it is BDS that find an attacking round win to begin the grand final.
Well, it was a funny little start to the round with W7M able to get the first 2 picks off-site. Bit of an unorthodox roam employed. But then the ruthless BDS in response did not put a foot wrong. Here is that replay package of the 2 picks off-site. The BDS able to refocus, isolate fights, and then utilize their utility really, really nicely to continue to chip away at that defense.
While it was BDS finding those picks, I gotta say, WCM, they almost gave it to them, exposing them to like long lines of sight, not holding crossfires, not utilizing anything near the site itself. They had deployed with shields, they had default cameras, nothing was really utilized whatsoever, and this is a scary point. If you let BDS roam around the map with enough space, or even on the bomb site itself on the attacking side, they will always find a way. They're so good at rotating. Liquefac dropping down from Garage into Pit, finds a pick. And then you're thinking, okay, it's gonna be a blue push most likely. No, joke's on you. Double motor drop into Church bomb site, just pushing that mini bomb player, and that was it. So WCM, they had no idea what was happening, likely due to the fact that Valkyrie was banned, no real intel.
Well, the dynamic changes as we go to the top floor here on Clubhouse. Over to Gym Bedroom for the second round, and an extension being employed here by the defense. And so the Bandit of Volps, critical in keeping that CCTV wall open for as long as possible, probably Con as well to aid in that extension. BDS looking to play into it though, double hard bridge once more, and the Maverick will persist. And in fact, it's going to be such an aggressive extension that even Garage Rafters will be in play with that as Army.
I think it's going to be very paramount as well for W7M that they look to be aggressive on the defense. You can't just hold side. You know, you go back to that opening round. Why were they successful? The initial roam game, looking to find kills, take the early contact fights, and they lost the round in the end because they just held 2 anchor positions on site. They didn't really play it off each other. They weren't looking to push, go for a bit of a counter punch, maybe catch BDS off guard. So you need to be proactive against a team like BDS, especially when they're attacking. Good start for them already to take base, but now into Gym Bedroom here for this second round. And we'll see whether or not we can get a bit of a fight back from W7M because they cannot bleed rounds early on defense Clubhouse.
No, that's the thing. They gotta start getting that foothold. And I will say, from WM's previous games yesterday against Team Liquid, they're very good at reading their opponent and learning from their mistakes in the middle of a match. But you're correct, they cannot take too long to figure this out now. If they lose the first 3 rounds in a row, for example, I will start to fear for them. But this is the balance. Swing when you have to, fall back when you have to. A good little bit of pressure there from the Bandit of Volps. Now a C4 in hand, looking for a potential pick here, but Brede is a smart player. Will join it first, pays respect, not gonna risk losing that buddy with BDS early on.
Interestingly enough, we saw the death mark. That was actually on Dodes. He's over towards Rafters and Garage. So talk about information that has been found out for BDS. They know they've extended over towards that Garage and Cash and CCTV. So therefore, they're just going to go straight in because of that information through the Deimos. Minute 20 in towards Bathroom. And hello, Dash had absolutely no idea who had basically walked into sight. Dots feels like he has to try and go for the trade, but he had too many members looking straight at him. That breach was opened up early, and it was abused early by BDS because they knew W7M had extended to the other side of the map.
Yeah, just sneaking through. Salmwas to cover sound. Castle providing some value though on the objective, and Volps able to play around that nicely inside of Gym. Trade opportunity though presents itself for users. He pushes forward and lands it. 50 seconds then, and BDS once again with the man advantage, and the Bees are zoning out this defense from playing retake.
Yeah, Dodos is struggling here in towards CCTV to try and take this fight against Shaiko on the roof, but in the end, the Deimos does prevail and uses on side as well. Doubles on down for BDS, and they double down as well to begin this grand final. 2-0 start on the attack. It is their map pick, but boy, they are looking good.
No, they are, and I think the biggest thing there for BDS actually what happened off camera, because you're thinking, where is the support there from W7 from the roaming part of Garage all the way back to the bomb side? Shaiko spent all 3 Deimos Tracker in a row on Dodos on Asami. He was stuck on Catwalk the entire time because he was like, okay, if I go for a flying back to side, they're gonna know exactly where I'm coming from, because of course a pro play, the Deimos player will share where that location is coming from. So they're locking out an entire defender for 40 seconds or so just off Shaiko's gadget.
Yeah, they did some tricky things in that round, BDS. I mean, that initial sneak through off the back of the Salma cover and then the information that they had available, the zone utility as well. That has to be a very frustrating round if you're W7M, but equally, for BDS, a big confidence build-up for them.
You know what's interesting about it as well, yesterday Shaiko was labelled the MVP in that semi-final matchup, rightfully so. Fragged out, got the kills, got the numbers. That's a round in which the statistics aren't going to actually favour you, but you had such a big impact with those death marks. What you were able to do in denying one of those roamers looking to come back to site, being that much of a nuisance, plus also still getting the kill. So talk about the follow-through as well. Really, really big player who just seems primed right now after yesterday's performance, and BDS as a team is prime at the moment.
Also, Leaky Factor, he's a young player, IGL, plays that kind of flex, sometimes support role depending on the map, and he will also be an injury sometimes, right? We saw him walk in Jacuzzi Breach, walk into bomb site, get the kill, 2K to open things up. He is such a prospect, an up-and-coming player who's just out of nowhere has been like top tier 1 material in Europe, but also internationally when they make it to that stage.
Yeah, and of course yesterday as well, Furia ended up banning the Deimos, if you recall, guys, where it was that fear or respect that was labeled in chat, and it was respect courtesy of Furia. So yeah, I do wonder as the grand final goes on, if Shaiko on the Deimos continues to be a thorn in the side of W7M if they think about going for the target ban as well.
Time will tell. Back down to basement for round number 3. And another roam being employed here from Dodez. This time in through Garage, and Solotov has a read.
Yeah, I mean, left side, Solotov should be aware of this headshot angle. Dodez, I don't think he was aware of the fact that his position was known, and that Solotov was looking to swing that position nice and early. Good shot back though from Loban with the Boss G on to users. Again, looking to fight though, and Solotov wins another one in towards Garage. Dash, probably from the higher ground, elevated position, needs to be winning those fights. He does not. Trade doesn't come through either from Volps. In fact, they lose Loban to Liquefact, and suddenly it's a 2-on-4 in favor of BDS, looking to find their 3rd round in a row.
I mean, when you go aggressive the first time, it might work out, but do 2 times in a row on the same bomb site, only in the first 3 of those opening rounds, BDS will be so ready for this. They're not caring about the bomb site at all. They just want to shut down those roamers.
2 big kills, though, suddenly evens things back up, and this is where you can certainly now go back to site. But it's a little bit reminiscent of last time out when we saw the 1 hold in Church, 1 hold in Arsenal, and BDS were able to just push through together, take the I think it was almost like a 2-on-1 fight. Volts down the hallway, back in towards Church. He's lost a little bit of life, but there's still 60 seconds. I mean, BDS don't have to rush this.
Yeah, and as the defensive W7M, no real point in being flustered either, right? They have really good anchor utility, Azami, Goyo. There may be some Legion mines scattered around as well. And so they just need to be careful that they don't give away anything for free, and if any engagements are entered into, it needs to be a crossfire.
If you're gonna scan one, try and find the other, use that final smoke grenade to cut off the, you know, crossfire, if you will, then BDS will try and look for a 2v1 countdown, basically. 3, 2, 1, in they go.
Yeah, and ideally you want to play off of this Inox Sienna as it's pinging out onto Volps. He might move his location, and does. Smoking towards the hallway. Bullet hole opened up, courtesy of Dots. Now he's made his way in towards Arsenal, but they're just starting to ring around the rosy, and in fact 2 up now for BDS, and they find the 1 of Volps. Dots can't get involved. He does see him down, holds the hallway position, shoots out the drone. Not a lot of time remaining. Certainly still winnable for Dots, but he's going to have to hit the shots and quickly. Bride back over towards Moto, making his way now into Church. Behind him is Liquefact. He has to get this plant down or go for the kill. Decision now timely for Liquefact. Dots doesn't really have to do a whole lot. He knows time is on his side. He's played this so well, and he should get the kill. No way! Are you serious? A calamity! A capitulation!
Mental boom for W7M. They had the round. They knew the pan was going down as well, but the chair blocks 120 bullets, or you missed by a pixel. All of a sudden, BDS to come out clutch once again.
I went early. There's no way he messes this one up. Right? No way. And that's not a good sign for this grand final to begin. Tactical timeout by W7M as well. And as you said, Pengu, mental boom if there ever was one, because that needed to be a round win. Not just for the fact that they were in the position to win the round, guys, but also you're not even on the board, you're on defense club.
Yeah, you have to be converting advantages like that, and that's now twice now on basement specifically where W7M either at the beginning of the round or late have had a win condition available and haven't been able to convert, and that has to be super frustrating. They know how valuable these rounds are. Of course, it is only map 1, best of 5, not their pick, but still, it doesn't bode well for the rest of the series if they're going to continue playing like this.
You are right, but because of best of 5, I do think that you can sacrifice one map, hopefully the first one, as your warm-up, get the nerfs out of your system, because the opening statement from us is that one team has beaten expectations and they are just here with no pressure. That's obviously W7M.
Well, dare I say it, by the way, SI Grand Final, you think back, FaZe absolutely destroyed W7 at the time, now Furia, of course, and we know what ended up happening from there. So
exactly.
as you're kind of saying, it's not the end of the world if you do drop this opening map.
You know, I feel like for BDS, I mean, they're veterans, most of them. I don't expect, you know, the pressure to build as the trophy, you know, gets oh so close. But I will say, there comes a point where you're going to be like, okay, we're supposed to win it. We are winning it. Oh boy, now I'm a little bit nervous. It can happen.
Wow.
So WSM, they can still get their mental back in this, but it has to happen sooner rather than later.
And it goes both ways. We think about, like we say, mental boom for the team that just got defeated in a manner like that. But talk about, I mean, for BDS, the hype-up moment there, you saw it with Lukafak and being able to get the plant, then get the kill in such a very short window. And you have to be so precise, because if he doesn't hit that shot, he's dead. We saw it from the POV of Dot. So ultimately, for W7M, not the start to the grand final they would like on Clubhouse defense. It goes without saying. But there is still a lot of time. It's still a big grand final. It is still a best of 5. And honestly, there's still every world which you win the next 3 rounds. Who knows, put some pressure back on.
I've seen this setup before, but it's been a couple of years. TSM Grand Finals against Empire at SI, where they sacrificed Geo, now Lob in this case, inside a strip club, just completely alone. But the difference is, Empire back then didn't know that they had to deal with the castle first, went for a normal roam clear, then castle became a flanker. BDS are so snappy here. They see the roam, they clear it, one Deimos Striker, boom. This entire strat has fallen apart from WSM already.
Oh. Wow. Wow, look at that.
That's so free.
He gets the free kill onto Loben. Yeah, there was no Deimos back then. I was going to say.
No, there was no I mean, you had Jackal, right? But yeah, Deimos makes it a global thing very quickly. You don't need to get in the building first, but again, like, the thing is, BDS went from French-speaking team to English-speaking team, and despite that, their communication, their strats, and their teamwork is oh so strong still.
Now an opportunity goes back in there for Volps on the vote, down through that gym hatch. It's not every day of the week you get a free shot onto Shaiko, and so he will likely now try and punish that for the remainder of the round, with death marks still up and available. It is Volps currently, but he's able to mitigate that with a mute jammer. Elsewhere, Lukafak inside of Kitchen, but no Selmas remaining. Still, though, Habana and Thermite available for Hardbridge.
Yeah, just gotta... You've done the first step. That's, of course, the roam clear. Second step right now is to set up, break the soft floor, break those hatches, and start drawing out the bomb side. But with Vigil being on the board still from W7M, whenever that scanner gets activated, BDS have to respect, okay, is he actually downstairs? Is he peeking up a staircase maybe instead? But look at this. The patience, the tiny pixel peaks here from Lukafak, ensuring that safety down the main staircase is vital. BDS can't lose a buddy for free.
Well, the flames then ring out, and this will stall out the push, at least for a moment here. 50 seconds. And once again, decent positions being held here by W7 on site. Kitchen hatch will be opened up by users. Points of entry available. Vertical exposing those defenders down below, but unable to find pick. And with 30 seconds to go, this might be a bit of a bloodbath on site.
Still a Nitrocell available if you are Volps. Impact as well for Dodez. Dots does get a kill. Needed to do that in the last round. There was a bot sticking out on the other side of that wall, but Lukafak falls down inside of the hallway. Dash will get himself a second kill in the round. Drop down in through Moto now. Shaiko and Brede need to get involved. Find a couple of kills. Time running out. Shaiko with a headshot kill through hallway position. One in towards Arsenal. Left side, he has to clear this. But on the other side of the doorway, it is Volps with a shotgun. Long range angle should be won by Brede, and it is, but he's got really no time in 1v2. This time around, W7M certainly are not going to mess this one up, as Dash and Dot will be able to make their way over, even just forcing Brede off the plan. Finally, to begin the grand final for W7M, they're on the board.
Yeah, I mean, they need that, right? This is the beginning point for them. Also, it feels kind of good because you take a tactical timeout and then you win a round. Now it's like, okay, we got to figure it out. We're working the motions here. But it comes off a small misplay from BDS and a good overstay from WSM. Hiding below that kitchen hatch because there was a lack of verticality from BDS. You're saying, you know what? You're not going to drone it. And if you are, I'm going to run away. They get rewarded with a kill there. And that, you know, manpower advantage finally settled in for WSM.
Yeah, I mean, the initial open portion of the round was great from BDS. They got phenomenal ground and cut off that entire extension over towards the strip side of the map, so that was good from them. Then it just turned into a sack down long haul, as you mentioned, lack of vert, making it difficult to clear key positions, and so W7M clued into that, able to find just enough picks to then leave Brede on an island, 1 versus 2, time a factor. And as you can see, quite satisfied with the timeout conversion.
Also worth noting that very commonly when you look at the previous round operator lineup for BDS on the attack inside, you're lacking like your vertical operator more or less, right? And often teams have to bring like either a ram and a bug or a bug and a sledge or just like more vert with an ash, for example. When you play the Deimos almost every single round, you're gonna be short on utility. Now on some maps like Oregon and Border, it might not be the end of the world, but on Clubhouse, usually utility is king. So if Shaiko doesn't get a couple of kills or good value off those trackers, they're gonna be lacking something elsewhere. And that previous round, if they had a Ram or a Blocker stage available instead of that Deimos, that could have changed the outcome of that round.
So back over to Gym Bedroom then for the second last round of the half. W7M looking to crawl their way back into this match. But it's Shaiko on roof with Deimos.
I would not want to swing that, man.
Well, look at the difference as well immediately for W7M on this particular site. You've actually got triple wall denial with the Kaid, the Benja, and the Tubarao, something they didn't really have last time. Jacuzzi got opened up very early on. BDS exploited that. They also not extending their hold over towards positions like Garage, like Rafters. Yes, they've got the standard cash hold, but not even in towards CCTV. So certainly for W7M, yeah, a little bit more defensive-minded this time around on this particular site.
Ooh, vert down below from Liquefac. Catches the tail of Volps, but he will survive and still has that Nitro in play. Counter pressure potentially available here for the defense if they want to try and exploit that, but instead just being mindful of down below.
Oh, how do you win that one? You're tracked, grenade comes out, stay, grenade kills you, move. Well, Shaiko kills you.
Now Volps under pressure inside of Cash, wall exposed. He's going to play for time here, it looks like. Play for his life, 60 HP.
They've only got 2 players on site right now because you've still got Dots over towards top red, Volps in towards Cash. You're giving up a lot of position here. I said they were a bit more defensive-minded, but they're still holding on to this roam. Volps does get a very nice kill, though, from Cash through CC window. Finally shuts down Shaiko. That's a big kill back. Volps does get traded, though. Again, he's on a bit of an island in that position. And then Dotas will fall, too. BDS just have numbers everywhere. Suddenly, even through Breach in towards Kennels, Bride goes for a swing and finds Dots top red. And suddenly Dash all by himself in towards Con. They hunt him down as well. BDS from all angles, just suffocating the defense of W7M.
I mean, that's tough. What do you do there? You can't find Catwall, you can't find CCTV, and you're playing this like, as you mentioned, triple wall deny, Bandit, Kaid, and Tubarao, and yet the walls actually got opened up fairly easily, fairly quickly, and you lost your numbers eventually because of Deimos. It's again, Deimos. BDS, they're so good at utilizing it for info, for kills early on, and just play that 5v4 out. You see it right there. He was tracked, Nate comes out, Nobin has no real choice in that round. This one was a great counter with the pre-fire, but that was it. Then a second and a third BDS member, they step up and they find the kills.
Yeah, I mean, Shaiko puts half a foot wrong, doesn't ultimately impact the round all too much negatively for BDS, as you mentioned, other members stepping up, clearing out that side of the map nicely. And that's, as you sort of framed it, right, the suffocation of particular key power positions from BDS has been a big strength for them at the event so far, and they're showing up here in the grand final. Map 1, their pick, but still putting in a very solid performance. Good fundamentals.
Well, I pose the question to you, Pengo, in terms of what you want to see from W7M, I guess this round, but also then going into the second half, how do you even bring it back from a situation they find themselves in?
You gotta get 2-4. Right now, this final round in the first half, you need to win this one with W7M. I would have loved to see a Clash come into play. One, because Monty hasn't really been played yet. It is in this particular round. Clash directly counters or stops teams from even attack or repicking onto that operator. But also, W7M, they need intel. They ban Valkyrie, they don't have information, they're not playing Clash, which, okay, fair enough. On Clubhouse, it can be a bit awkward to bring out that operator. Then you got Maestro, you got Echo, you have other options. I just think right now, BDS, they're so efficient at picking the right operators for almost every single bomb site, while also winning out in those early engagements. WCM, they tried aggression, that didn't work. They tried passive, that also didn't work. Right now, they just gotta figure out what can actually stick.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Vigil play from W7M in this first half, and the impact of that questionable. BDS, despite that, have still been finding really good space when they've commanded it. This time, though, more traditional approach towards this objective of CCTV with the Mavtrick in play. Nitro to follow. Just scrapes Bride.
Yeah, Bride is very fortunate there that he didn't lose his life to that Nitro cell. So obviously from the POV of Solotop, almost shot it out. This is going to be tricky, though. Of course, the Montaigne pushing up towards Rafters. You've got the keeper barriers of the Azami. Always a bit of a nuisance.
Yeah, but no real answer to Monty again. There's no Lesion, no Echo, no Maestro. The C4 was already spent earlier on, no smoke. So it's just a matter of time, I feel like. The second Liquefac walks up that staircase, it should just be game over for BDS unless WCM can hit some crazy shots in this round.
Oh, I mean, that's a crazy shot. That is a crazy shot. Dotas finds an angle and finds a second one as well, peeking through the doorway unsuccessfully. Bride falls, and that's the kit on the floor as well. W7M, the best they've looked so far in the grand final on a 5-on-2, defending Garage very nicely against the Montang, and suddenly not a lot left in terms of firepower remaining in the round for BDS.
It goes from how do you win to how do you lose. I mean, right now they're hitting every single shot, but also they're picking their timings at the right moments right now, and every single person is looking for aggression together.
I do wonder, though, how much of it is just simply down to the operator choices there from BDS, as that was absolutely clean from W7M. A bit of a change-up, a bit of a shift-up, right? A bit slower. You bring the Montang, you drop the Daymar, lo and behold, you lose the round. I do wonder if that's just a coincidence or not.
I liked it, though. I mean, from the top-down perspective, right, as colors, I was like, they're gonna walk Monty up, the breach opened up, 2 defenders already low in HP, Vigil roaming inside a strip across the map doesn't matter. There is no real way to lose unless this right there happens. That's the only way you lose that round.
Yeah, 100%. It had to be good mechanics, clean shots.
Oh, God.
Because as you mentioned, the attacking pattern, the game plan there from BDS, very, very sound. I mean, it was pretty traditional to what we would sort of expect on this objective, and the Monty there, realistically, in theory, should have outplayed that defense. Not to be, though, just a small misstep on BDS, and the rest unravels. That just highlights how unforgiving attacking in Siege can be.
Yeah, but also, I think it's important to note here, W7M, they can punish mistakes, and they will do it every time it's presented to them. But BDS, they've been playing such a strong, tight ship in the first, like, 4 or 5 rounds of the attacking half. The big question now is side swap. Can W7M attack into BDS's defense? Because last time they played each other, it was a 7-2 victory for BDS, but BDS won 5 out of 6 defensive rounds on Nighthaven Labs, and that was like game over. So the real question for me is BDS on defense, not the attacking side.
Changing mag.
Well, a big emphasis as well now for W7M going on to the attack of Clubhouse. Sure, they somewhat salvaged that first half ever so slightly. 2 rounds is not typically good enough on a defense club. But all you can do is play the rounds that are in front of you right now and see if you can maybe begin your attacking half in the best way possible, taking Church Arsenal away from BDS, bring it back to a 3-4 scoreline, and then the hope can slowly build throughout. To wonder for BDS's perspective as well. You think of yesterday, and so far even throughout this tournament, they love the aggression, they love the roaming. And we're seeing that here already. Liquefact towards main stairs. Maybe does he want to go for a peek? No. Slowly makes his way down, but Lobbit, he's waiting. Misses out though. That's a chance gone begging.
That is, could have been a 1 or 2K potentially, but I like this decision making from BDS. They're choosing, okay, early aggression. The moment that we get drawn down, immediately just fall back to side, play it out again 5 versus 5. They want to test W7M's problem-solving skills, essentially. But I think they have the right setup. They got the Thatcher, they got triple Heart Breach, and block on soft destruction. So I think W7M, they got all the right tools to break everything open. The only thing they're missing is that execute enabler. For example, Ying is banned out. They're not playing Capital, they're not playing Oz, they're not playing Grim. So they can get to the bomb site, no doubt about it. But can they actually execute with this in mind?
Yeah, certainly a good question. And it means for W7M, they can't be taking any chances in terms of time at the moment. They need as much of it as possible when that execute comes through. Because inevitably, when they need to maybe switch something up, go for a different route, they need that time buffer in order to do that. There is that Thatcher combination. Dealing with utility over towards Blue Hatch. Open up with ease. Solotov still pocketing his 3 Zoto canisters. So we'll track that later on in the round. Might be able to use that actually as a crowd control tool. Sometimes we see that to sort of mistime the push. So certainly something to keep in mind.
Well, I think they could be very relevant. It's that you got Project, right? Solo top 2 Browns playing in the middle of the bomb sites, basically. But there you go, he's falls early, so 3 canisters in the pocket, he's down the grave.
Yeah, it did pose the question as well as to the way that BDS would line up and if they would get aggressive. So far, it's been a lot of plays on site.
Has he got an out?
Good repick from Liquefact as Users gets the kill onto Dot. Suddenly, advantage now over to BDS despite that opening kill that went the way of W7M. Through pit. Dodes makes his way into blue as well. Now for Loban, double push now for the final 2 remaining players. And Users and Shaiko know exactly where they are. They both fall within about 2 seconds of each other, and suddenly Dodes all by himself with no real opportunity to push forward and find success in this round for W7M. The slow defensive approach, far too good from BDS. A very difficult defense to break down. W7M falter on their first try.
And if you want to know why manpower advantage is so important, you can just break down that round in reverse. When it comes down to that 4v3, 4v2 in favor of BDS, they double swing everything. You have a player pushing long hallway, gets peeked from third box and double door. Then they have, two players pushing blue. The last two players of BDS, they swing blue from the door and bumps up rotation. Every single area that BDS they're fighting, it's somebody saying, hey, I need somebody to do this with me, not take that risk alone, and it's how they're able to keep up the pressure, but also more importantly, if they were to lose a single or gunfight, they would always be traded back immediately after, maintaining that lead.
I mean, what about that double kill with the push through Moto? How was that allowed?
How that happens, I don't know.
Hatch was open. One player caught pulling out a goo mine. The second not hitting the trade initially.
Yeah, he was just flashing. He's flashing. It's like, dude, there's a guy there. Just shoot him.
Yeah.
Come on. And that's where I'm like, W7M, not as snappy, right? And they're speaking their native language. BDS just change comms to English. They're super snappy every single time. It's those systems in place where likely BDS say, there's a rule in our team, whenever we go for a play, there has to be someone supporting as often as possible. Whereas W7M, I can imagine, a little bit more free-flowing. Not a bad thing at all, but it can create those awkward moments where there's a small gap somewhere.
So we see there, obviously, Norris not happy about something's going on the side of W7M. As we have the technical pause. 2-5 in favor of BDS, opening up the grand final on, of course, their map pick. Consulate to come after this. Don't want to speculate too early, but it does seem as if BDS, not only in pole position, but arguably within arm's reach of taking this opening map. I pose the question, do you ban out the Deimos if you are W7M? It was causing so much havoc. You think of a map like Consulate, I feel like that just has to be into consideration.
Well, yeah, I mean, Consulate, right? A lot of vertical opportunities available. Yeah. We've seen that BDS, even here on Club, have had the ability to lurk into the map quite freely. You think about then the threat from below if you're defending top floor, even a first floor, for instance, if you can sneak into the garage as well. So it's something to consider. But it does mean then, if there is a game plan going forward to maybe ban out like a Monty or a Blitz, well, obviously you don't get two attacking bans, so.
It's true.
Unlucky.
That's true.
But it's a good question. And the thing is, let's say you ban Dokkaebi, an anti-roam operator. Deimos is open. You ban Deimos, Dokkaebi is open instead. And it's something that teams have been doing for a very long time. It used to be that very few teams could play Monty at a high level, and very few teams could play Ying at a very high level. So if someone like Hungry back in EUL, back on Penta days, for example, if you ban the Monty, you get the Ying. You ban the Ying, you get the Monty. There is no winning against a Flex player like that who can play any of those powerful operators. And it used to be Shaiko mained Ayana, only played Ayana every single round. You ban out Ayana, he plays Nomad. Or he plays whatever other similar gun or similar situation or whatever. You can't target ban someone like Shaiko because it's not the operator, it's the player behind the operator that makes him so strong.
Obviously, technical timeout, you can't talk amongst yourselves. I don't know if this really affects the players really all that much, but you are at a point now where for W7M, it's almost like a breather. I know you're obviously not communicating, you're not talking, it's not strategy, but even internally as a player there, you can kind of just sit and be like, geez, it's been like a war for the last, 20 minutes or so in there. Finally, you can kind of catch your breath, have a bit of a break. I feel like when you consider this as a best-of-5 grand final, you have to take into account endurance. This is a nice little break right now if you're W7M. You probably need just a little bit of breather, just rethink yourself internally. Okay, how can I play better? What can I do to help my teammates? How can I support everyone else? How can I impact the server? They're down 2-5. We never want to say this game's over. Sure, they're not in a good spot. But if you take it one round at a time, you get a couple of kills, you get a couple of round wins, suddenly that snowball really can build up quickly. So we'll see if they can do anything off the back of this technical pause.
Obviously, we can't hear the player comms, but one thing that I can say as a former player myself is what W7M need more than anything else is one individual or multiple people to step up and be not a positive pillar, but a support pillar saying, guys, we got this, don't worry about it. Hey, we're gonna try this strat, gonna try and go this for this push. Something fails, you go, you know what, guys, that's on me, my bad, don't even worry about it. I messed that up. Because if it becomes a very negative experience, it gets quiet, no one's being creative, no one's coming up with good ideas, and it just kind of spirals from there, it's so hard to come back from that.
Yeah, it'd be a long couple of hours, right, if you're stranded there on stage and not having a good experience. So we'll see, hopefully, as this technical pause comes to an end shortly, we can get back into the action. And I mean, look, to be fair, there is a lot on the line for this particular tournament. Winner taking home 750,000 USD, and they'll get their key in the totem as well. And for BDS, a team that has been in this region before and had success, looking to take a win here at EWC.
That puts also a lot of pressure, I think, going forward too. If you're BDS and you win this tournament, And then stage 2 coming up, next major as well. All the expectations going to be on their shoulders.
Yeah, I mean, they've looked so good since March. And I think a big question for BDS for a long time was, will they ever make proper roster changes, like blow the roster up and like pick up 2 or 3 new players, for example? And if so, which French players do they pick up? That was the big question over in Europe. But what if you stop speaking French and you speak English, and now the whole world is open up for you? And that's what this roster is the outcome of, and it's been such a good success story so far. But as I said earlier, is it honeymoon phase, or is this actual reality next level play?
Well, we get a couple of replays here as the game is developed. We're actually getting into our next round, though. 2-5 scoreline in favor of BDS. Gym Bedroom coming up now. So, of course, they are on the defense. It's been a good start to the grand final for them. If you're a French fan, if you're an EUL fan for Brazil, yeah, probably left scratching your head or twirling your hair.
Attackers have located a bomb.
For those of us who still have hair.
Whoa, 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 whoa. The bald look is very new, and sometimes I catch myself going, oh, I am bald.
Alrighty, let's jump into it then. Gym Bedroom, round number 8 as BDS look to continue this lead, seeking map point. And a couple of intriguing selections here defensively. We have the Frost in play, and so deployable shield can be posted up top red stairs, and the map's perfect for this particular objective. So window heavy, a lot of vault opportunities and routes for the attack that can be compromised. And the Warden also in play despite the Ying being banned.
I liked it though. Flashbangs, of course, still pretty strong in the game in the current meta. If you play in those static positions like top red, for example. Leakyfact, both on attack, on defense right now, putting himself in the front. And as an IGL, as an in-game leader that he is, it can be very beneficial because if you are the spearhead and you see the action, you call the action, you can move those pieces, your teammates around, and say, hey guys, we're gonna fight over here, or I'm feeling a lot of pressure, expect to push very soon. Right now, BDS, they're playing 2 people on the extended roam, 3 players on the bomb side. So they're showing us right now, hey, we are respecting a potential side rush. With W7 having a slow start so far, that very well could have been the case. So they're playing it safe. If they start pressuring the roamer too much, I imagine Shaiko right now, we can see top-down view. He's rotating over from Master Bedroom in towards Connector. So now BDS, they recognize this is going to be an extension clear.
Yeah, very similar setup, though, to what we saw from W7 when they played this defensively, too. 1 red, 1 cash. It is a rather default kind of setup. Brito really anchoring in towards bathroom, playing the bandit. No pressure on Jacuzzi just yet. Yeah, Leakyfact does get the open kill in a second as well. Very nicely done onto both Dots and Dodes, and then the Nitrocell as well onto Dash. Further compounding the pain onto W7M. PDS in total control. Leakyfact in total control. 12-4 has been a massive standout to begin this grand final. Loban slips in towards Jim. Is anyone watching this position, though, as Volps elsewhere finds the kill onto Leakyfact in towards CCTV. And hello, that's Predate not watching his backside. Volps, though, loses his life, and that is Kit over towards CCTV, not with Loban.
And they know that Users is on total diffuser right now, so they know side can be surrendered. We can play the roam game. We don't have to fall back just yet.
Oh, good shot. That's 1 down. Still 50 seconds to navigate this tricky situation. Essentially a 1v3, now down to 2. Shaiko and Users. Users also double-digit kills. Was ranked the highest-rated player going into the semi-finals at this tournament. Loban doing everything he can, of course, to just check slowly but surely. Needs to find a way to create the 1v1 scenario for both of these 2 players. Cannot walk into a crossfire. Cannot walk into the room. And Shaiko will not allow him into the room. A little bit of stress, maybe, if you were PDS. But ultimately, they do get the round win, and with that, very close now to getting the map.
The fun thing about somebody like Shaiko is that he's one of the few players in the world where whenever you're in a 1v1 against him or a 2v1, he's not going to wait for you to make the play. He will always swing. Like what we see right there, it's classic Shaiko. W7M, they did a great attempt there at trying to claw it back, but you get the bomb side control. Without diffuser case, it doesn't really matter. So awkward spot to be in. Leakyfact, massive play early on right there. That's the spearhead we spoke about. Gets the single, gets the double. But the big thing to note there, while he went for that double kill, he had a player on the door across from him also swing at the same time. It was not a solo play, it was organized chaos.
Yeah, I mean, just due to the nature of Siege, right, it's actually quite rare you see trigger discipline. But obviously, he was not in a position to necessarily get that first kill, realize that information really nicely, plays off it, multi, great stuff. Good fight back in the end, but ultimately not enough there from W7M. Map point BDS. And it's CCTV Cash to potentially close off this first map. We see the Solace brought out from Leakyfact. with the shotgun in play, which has been the preference at this tournament thus far, and may open up some opportunities through the mid-round to play on that first floor, potential plant denial, but also to hunt down drones as well.
Yeah, I can very much imagine, like you said, it's going to be a mid-round flank, first floor priority. You catch a person joining onto soft destruction, for example, you can shotgun it. Back when Solids was, well, before the nerf, basically, you had a very good, like...
hello?
Okay, or you can just do that. Just, you know there's no drones there, if you check when the round started, I guess, because it's disabled for prep phase nowadays. But that is one of those things where players don't really keep track of Solids any longer, because it's been a nerfed operator now, doesn't that much play. Shago says, my goat. I mean, 13 and 5, that's pretty good.
That makes things more challenging now for W7M. They still have double hard breach at least, although that pressure from the death marks, or pardon me, from the Zofia in clearing out utilities such as those army barriers will now be mitigated. Pardon me, the death mark's gone. The Zofia is still up to do the game. Oh, I'm going around in mental circles myself. But that might not even be the win condition necessarily here for W7M. They still have 2 players potentially they could isolate down below inside a garage, but currently not in necessarily a position to do so.
Yeah, I mean, you see right now they're rotating around. They're like, okay, we can't go for catwalk, going for connector, pop up the wall. C4 comes out, double kill from Breeday. Every time they rotate on the map, PDAs, they have an answer.
That's Diffuser as well in towards construction. Dash and Dodes gonna have to pull off a miracle to save this map. Otherwise, it's looking like a 7-2 in favor of BDS. They have been so clinical. Dash does get one, begins the comeback for W7M. Dodes into Con. Needs to take this fight, the swing is good. Hits the headshot onto Shaiko, but the swing back from Likafak is too good, coming in from Bedroom. 1v3, Kit in a bad spot, Dash with so much to do. Oh, that'll do it. I think we all expected that to probably happen compared to 1v3. I don't think many gave Dash that much of an opportunity. BDS, though, take the opening map of the grand final. Their map pick of Clubhouse secured.
Guys, I feel like that went pretty much the way that we expected. Maybe some of those rounds a bit more dominant than I would have liked it to be, but that was BDS versus WSM, you know, 1-for-1.
Yeah, I mean, W7M threw a couple of curveballs, right? Especially at the beginning of the match. They were ultra aggressive, but BDS are just so well drilled, able to deal with that for the most part and set themselves up nicely in the series.
Yeah, wonderful performance from BDS. Likafak leading the way, 14 kills. Uses another standout performance as well with, I think, 11. So those two really leading from the front. It was, though, a team performance really across the board, both especially on attack and defense, but especially on their attack. And that's probably the most damning thing for W7M. It's the fashion in which they lost this map. You can lose a map, but you lost Clubhouse because you couldn't win defense. That's concerning.
Yeah, and that's where I'm very excited about Constellate, the next map, because that's WCM's choice. I expect more from them. I expect more strats, more pocket strats, more of those cheese mechanics, like, for example, the Clash. Try and have more tools to work with, because on Clubhouse, it was very one-dimensional, I think. They didn't change too many things around. It's either aggression, 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 or try and turtle, but then not really turtle.
I mean, expecting them to kick off Consulate on attack so they can sort of put defense to the back of their minds, at least for now, try to get off to a good start. As you mentioned, bring out some interesting strats that they have been working on in preparation for this series. Nothing to hide at this point. As mentioned, 750k on the line.
Yeah, and where to from here? Of course, Consulate will be the next map in the best of 5, selected by W7M. That will be attacking first on it. Must-win situation really coming up for W7M. Otherwise, staring down the barrel. We'll go to the studio with their thoughts here as we begin the grand final.
Thank you, guys. And BDS take away their first map pick, their map pick as well. And my oh my, was it an absolutely dominant performance? I know we said this coming into this, and we were like, okay, BDS, they're going to be comfortable in Oregon, they can do it, but they really showed us what they can.
Yeah, I guess from the fragging department as well, that was top-notch today. And then I guess the main concern for W7M here lies in the interview. They said, we are the better team than BDS when it comes to teamwork and communication. But that really wasn't to be seen today in various situations on this map. They were having situations for themselves. I want use round 7 as an example. They created really good advantages for themselves. They got, for example, the opening kill on a Solotov who was playing as Duero, and then they have the Moto hatch open as well. League Effects just walks into Moto, kills the player on main stairs, and there's absolutely nobody there to refrag him, despite their player being on that Moto hatch. Just missing out these kind of like key moments, I guess, in between players.
And these key moments add up quite quickly, and at the end of the day, it does result in you losing a map. And I think when we were looking at BDS yesterday, and I feel like that's translated into today's series so far as well, is they are really good at nitpicking these key moments and these small mistakes that their opponents make and just rolling with it, and dragging it out, and closing out a round.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, that's... BDS yesterday were really dominant against a great team. BDS today have just punished consistent mistakes made by W7M. For me, this is a completely different matchup than yesterday in terms of we're still seeing BDS now being kind of forced into making very risky plays, as you said, in round 7 with EFAC taking an angle and taking a fight that maybe he shouldn't have taken. But we're also seeing many other situations. You're seeing round 1 play out now. This was a 3v5 in favor of W7M, and they failed to capitalize on that. They took solo fights, as Pengu said on the cast. There wasn't really this cohesion between like, okay, are we going to stick to playing aggressive, or are we going to turtle properly? Are we going to anchor together? Are we going to use that teamwork? And they flaked off. They honestly, there's no other way of saying it, they flaked off bit by bit by bit, player by player, and ended up losing because of it.
That's exactly what it was like, especially on their own defense when, for example, they were losing the opening engagement on around the Gamer Store. There wasn't a player just nearby. They were playing so far apart from each other on those deeper rooms, like you said when we were watching the game, just so they weren't able to play off of each other as well as we have seen W7M do so far in this tournament. This is a great example of this as well. I mean, I was out like questioning where was the drone on top red stairs? Why have they not spotted League Effects sitting there with that C4 being able to play that late game?
I mean, even just again in the final round of the match, and you're taking a really risky play to push into Strip Club early. Clearly, your drone hasn't seen EFAC go into there. EFAC collects the freebie, and honestly, they collected so many freebies early into the match. You'll see it in the entry statistics here. It was dominant from BDS. EFAC taking 4-on-1 on the entries, just dominant early doors.
Uses as well, popping off too, like it's no longer a one-man show.
And speaking on those entries, something I complimented Lobin on coming into this game was he was going +12 on those entries. On this map, he went 0-3 in the entries. They're working on shutting down Lobin early on in the round so he can't do what he has been doing best so far.
Yeah, and that's a player as well that we highlighted heading into this matchup saying, okay, BDS, Lobin's going to be potentially a thorn in their side, and they found a way to deal with him early on, so now it's down to W7M to figure out how they are going to respond to it. But we are at the Esports World Cup, and there is so much going on simultaneously. So let's head over to Jackie, who has a quick check-in from the Totem.
And we have an Esports World Cup Honor of Kings champion. The KPL Dream Team here putting their piece, their key into the totem. And you can see the excitement of this whole trophy system, them going through the entire process. It's just amazing to see the emotions here, all of them extremely thrilled and excited. And very soon, we'll be finding out who will be doing this very same system, going through this very same ceremony for Rainbow Six Siege. Gotta get out of here, there's too many people.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Well, a scintillating display from BDS to open up the grand final. Far too good on the map of Clubhouse. They take the opening map, their map pick as well. We move forward now to Consulate for what is a big opportunity now for W7M to get themselves back into things.
I mean, potentially, Nick, it's a must-win map, right? We know how good Oregon is for BDS. The third map in this series. So if W7M are to keep their heads above water, Consulate, essentially, a map they must bank.
One thing that I'm curious about is Oregon, Clubhouse, Border, even Skyscraper, you can go kind of crazy and it's all good. Consulate, especially on the defensive side, but even on the attack to a degree, it's a lot more about playing the numbers, playing together, and playing a slower train, I would say, so to speak. whenever I look at WSM, I'm always thinking aggression, and they're good at punishing with that aggression. I think they might need to slow things down to actually benefit against this matchup. But I'm also worried for them. Are they familiar with slowing down the game that much where you take extra 20 seconds of the early stage of the round, don't lose bodies early, don't lose that opening kill, because as Ann said on the desk, Lobin was an opening kill god throughout this tournament, plus 12 so far, and already in the first map, it was -3 and -2. So they need to work on their openings, and I think the only way to do that is to go slower. Don't know if they can do it though.
Easier said than done then, right? When you're taking on BDS, Shaiko, users. I mean, even Solitov at times can run around, and then even if you are able to do it with that entry, then you got Bride waiting on site for you, right?
Exactly.
So it's going to be a real tough challenge for W7M, but their best opportunity in this series, again, to keep this ball rolling along, because Oregon looks so favorable for BDS. Consulate needs to be a good result here for W7M.
Biggest thing for W7M is mentally to not overvalue this first half or even this map in total. One round at a time. Forget about the fact that you basically bombed out on Clubhouse, come into this with a fresh mindset. But that's always the same. Win or lose as well. For BDS, you've also got to forget Clubhouse. You played great. It was amazing. Forget it. Move on. Another job. Think of it as 0-0. Back to the clean slate. For W7M on the attack in the opening half, BDS on defense. Into the ban phase we go. I posed the question on Clubhouse, would we see the Shaiko target ban of Deimos? It's a good map for it. Grim, first one off the board. W7M, let's see if they answer my question.
What do you reckon? Yeah,
it's curious because BDS have not shown this map at this event so far, so they have to go in blindly saying, do we think they will play it? They go for Ying.
Ying makes sense.
It does make sense.
It's very safe ban.
But exactly, is safe what you need? And it's hard to answer because in one way, yes, go safe. Be familiar with your strat book and how you're going to approach this. But with that being said, can you go safe in the grand finals of all things?
Yeah, it's about balancing risk and reward here in the grand final. Final ban to come through for BDS.
Okay.
It is the Fenrir, which saw a little bit of playtime back on club. But Fenrir, even in reworked form, was still quite strong.
I will say, maybe it's also an ace up the sleeve if you are W7M. It's still early days, right?
Yep.
If you ban out that Deimos here, why wouldn't you then ban it on Oregon, then on Border, then potentially
You'd almost have to.
So if you can kind of keep that in the back pocket, maybe also they want to go and say, hey, maybe that was a one-off on Clubhouse. Let's see how we go. If he does bring it out, we can maybe look to handle it, etc. Adjust, make those adjustments. And if it doesn't work out, but you still win the map, then maybe you start to obviously go and ban it in the forthcoming maps. We head to Consulate. Let's see whether or not W7M could, of course, turn the tide. A bit of a shocking start on Clubhouse for BDS. Flawless, realistically. And as they've really been, they were yesterday, the day before, throughout this tournament, very little have they put wrong.
I actually like this setup. You guys can't see it just yet, but you in a second. BDS's defending lineup is very much, hey, we're going to slow down the game for you and make you problem solve every step of the way. The Mute, the Solus, the Turbo, and the Kaid, it's all about denying information, slowing down the game, or making very basic fundamentals of the game very difficult. For example, basement defense consulate. What's most teams going to do first? Go downstairs, breach the wall to the outside, and then go to the roam clear. But if you're facing Turbo or Kaid, that can take a long time. So now for problem-solving situation for WCM, they're playing Maverick, they're playing Monty, they're trying to simplify this. It's a spawn peak, early aggression still.
Is that Guz onto Fresh?
Oh,
that is a very obscure reference.
That is obscure, yeah.
And it was a different run out, but that's okay.
There's a window jump out, right? That's what you did.
Yeah.
I do want it for W7M. Direct, open up, put the pressure immediately, then back onto BDS, and then rotate off, go back in towards the map. Pretty much have to clear out these roamers. Haven't brought a whole lot to actually clear out these roamers, right? No Jackal, no Deimos themselves have been brought in this round. Putting a lot of emphasis on Dodes on the Ash to frag out.
Bomb located by
Dots up to the roof now, has one shock drone remaining.
Like this so far, though, I mean, it looks like they have a plan. It was very quickly, go breach with the Maverick self-destruction, rotate over towards that backside and rooftop and just scout things out. It already looks more promising, I would say, than Clubhouse, just from like the player perspective here.
Yeah, I think the round will really come alive, especially for W7M once Volps is able to march forward, gain info. What's the route going to be for him? What's the ultimate goal of the Montang? It looks like it will be positioned for a back hit here for basement. And you think about the long corridors leading in towards the objective. Perfect for the Monty to be able to push forward, relay information, and apply pressure onto that defensive lineup. Still routes elsewhere for lurkers to maybe pinch from the front side as well. That's one way to get to the
That's
bridge.
a way. I mean,
Commando crawl.
But they've slowed things down, right? This is the slowest round so far, and I will say I think this is very beneficial, but there is only one problem here. Because you're going slowly, which you kind of have to, but enemy is playing 2-barrel kite, that can be problematic rather later on.
Don't forget, Solotov on still first floor. Volks gets a freebie though onto Leakafak. He's just not paying attention apparently, but that Solus can, of course, disrupt any potential plants. Can spot that kit. 50 seconds. They haven't cleared top. They haven't cleared first floor. So something to keep in mind here.
Surprising death. Leakafak was so knowledgeable in Clubhouse, always had the right idea, and there's no pressure on the breach. There's no pressure in Piano for example, the candidates-wise, so they have to go back. So you have to assume that they knew that, but they didn't.
And with the Legion in play, time critical here for the attack, and Shaiko has repositioned. Up above Intello's Loban, though, waiting for that rotation. Volks pushes forward, dash to double down from main garage. And with 20 seconds on the clock, a W7M round win surely on the other side.
I mean, the only way they win this now is if Solotov can continue to maybe deny plant, but Dots is going to get this down successfully. He does not lose his life, 5-1-2. Really good round from W7M. By the way, Dash was playing main breach a large portion of that round, so there was some pressure there from W7M. So that's kind of like the double focus of your BDS on the defense, where you've got to worry about the backside push, but you've also got to worry about main breach as well, and that is just bullying from Volps. Flawless round from W7M, and that is the way you need to start Consulate. After a really disappointing and lackluster Clubhouse, that was indeed flawless.
Yeah, back to basics, 1, 2, 3, take it nice and slow. Just also, I think, because it's BDS's first Consulate at this tournament, just try to figure out what are they trying to do actually. When you don't have any VODs to study, sometimes you just say, okay, we're gonna play our game. If you've seen BDS play this map 3-4 times in the last week, you might overthink it and start playing to counter your opponent instead of playing your own game of Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, really clean round. The pacing really worked in suffocating BDS there. It allowed the Monty to get into playmaking positions. As mentioned, Dash lurking out main breach, had that counter push available to him, or at minimum perceived pressure, and BDS then constricted on site. So really good work from W7M. Really could not have asked for a better response after map 1.
But also, I gotta say, a little bit disappointing that BDS, they didn't really fight back, right? I mean, Consulate is like, the bomb side, a little bit similar to Clubhouse, you can't just sit in one corner each and say, okay, we're happy here. You have to fight someone on the map, especially because you noted, Xenox, there was a guy outside the primary breach. If that's the case, you're gonna be pushing from 2 angles. If you know breach is clear, okay, it's a one-dimensional push, we can work with this. To see if BDS can lash out on this second, or maybe next round again, because now, well, W7M for the first time, they're in the lead. Oh no.
Oh! Well, I was watching that. We were watching that from Shaiko's POV, and I thought, yeah, the owner was going to be correct, as Dash was maybe going to lose his life, but only lose half of it and gets the kill. Good start for the second round now to W7M because of that.
Oh no.
Oh, the EDD though onto Volts. I was going to mention the Capcan selection in this second round now from BDS. Nitrocell, and that's a down onto Dots as well, who gets finished off by said Nitrocell, thrown by Solotov. And just like that, despite the opening kill for W7M, BDS take it back for themselves with a numerical advantage, up 4-3. Still a long way to go in this round, but a chaotic start.
Not so often we see a Capcan with such high value in a round, but that right there is just like lack of droning, but it makes sense, right? Don't could be phone call, blitz, just rush on in, but this right here, that could be a gap. Dodes upstairs. Here's the phone call.
We've seen him. Spots the gun barrel. A chance here for Dodes. Flash. Someone gives away his position. Maybe expecting them to move back. Well, Bride does get the kill because he can just swing forward because of the glasses. And Dodes was not prepared for it. And Leakafak finds the kill onto Dash. BDS a little bit more aggressive on their defense this time. Going a little bit more searching for these kills. Not allowing W7M to quite literally sneak in behind them.
It's true. Now Lobin, the player who was entering oh so well. Last man alive, 1v4. Here's the footsteps of Solotov. Even if he gets this kill though, 3 more to go later on. 1 minute 25 seconds, so he can make something work here perhaps.
Now in position, no, didn't get that initial kill. Probably feeling the pressure that he may get pinched here by the numbers of BDS. Obviously, you never give up on a round. You always try and make something happen. That shot not landing either. Hasn't really been able to find the kills necessary. Does get that one onto Bride. Gonna have to reload at some point though soon, and now does so. 1v3, 55 seconds. Diffuser not in a good spot. He does have a bit of time in this situation. Not a lot of health, though, either. Poking and prodding, but for BDS at this point now, you can play the time factor anyway. You don't have to go hunting. You don't have to run into him. The drop down through the hatch, unsuccessful. kickoff will finish off the round.
The idea was there, though. They were going for a bomb side rush, still could be blitz, and there's only one player on the bomb side, Solotov, who happened to be a player with a C4 pocket that could, confirm that blitz kill as well. But if that Capcan trap isn't on the window or on the door leading to Piano, I think that round and that rush might have worked out. They get the opening pick out to Shaiko. That's soulless. This right here, super unfortunate. But if that doesn't happen, I truly think they had a great attempt of a rush because, as you see here, it was only Solotovs at the bomb side and Legion in the hallway to Yellow Staircase.
I mean, absolute worst case scenario there for W7M. It's almost so funny you want to cry, but important that they just shake that particular round off. BDS playing it well with the tools that they had available in the situation presented. So good little response from them.
Got a split for this third round.
Yeah.
Intriguing site choice here by BDS.
Vigil Capcan. They're keeping up the shenanigans here. When they're fighting for map space, makes a lot of sense, comes to a very big open map, and when you have Dokkaebi open, I think if you play too close to the bomb side and enemy plays Dokkaebi, one phone call, you rush into the building, you know it's all clear, you kind of have to spread yourself a little bit more thin, I think, deny those entry points, slow down the attackers, and this right here I love. Fresh does this as well ranked. You prep this so attackers can crouch walk through, think, I'm sneaky, I have a gap here, double or triple Capcan trap, you're gonna die immediately if you try and do that.
Surely this time around, W7M will be a little bit more cautious when it comes to droning out these doorways and checking them for traps, but especially when pressure mounts in the late round, it's easier said than done, and that's typically where the Capcan will find value. So we'll be tracking that out this particular round. W7M themselves prepping for a map clear, at least Volp's indicating that with the drones ahead. A lot of barricades actually in position here from BDS, looking to give away sound cues on this push and stall it out a little bit.
I actually think that those default barricades are super underrated. As you said, sound cue buys you time, but also you will know without a camera operating or a camera operator rather, whether it's clear or not. Bosch G, kill from Solotov onto Lobin. Speaking of entry duos, Dokkaebi off the board as well. Got that one phone call off, but that's the end of it.
Yeah, and Lobin continues to struggle on the entries. Now Clubhouse, now Consulate, and probably a factor for W7M as well outside of that opening round. You kind of look at round 2, now round 3. BDS are moving a bit more. What is the difference? Round 1, BDS on site, kind of just playing that basement, maybe a little bit of a hold in towards Piano, but not really using the map, not roaming around. Rounds 2, round 3, switched it up. The pacing's changed dramatically, and with that, a lot more map control.
So as we eclipse the midpoint of the round, things get from bad to worse for W7M.
Oh,
wow.
Oh, no.
This is ugly.
And he fell for the trick. That was the door.
Yeah.
Oh my, that was disgusting from BDS. Clean the whole way through. Trap, Bonanza, Nitrocell, EDD, opening kills, no entry success at all for W7M. Really couldn't get inside of the building, get any kind of foothold. Really nice split defense from BDS. Utilizing again, that's what they do best on the move. Control the map, have good spacing. They don't just want to tuck in, play anchor on site. We have seen them do that and it didn't work. So go back to what works, and W7M in response call a tactical timeout.
And I think that's why it's so puzzling, because W7M, they did that slow first push with the Monty and it worked effortlessly. BDS then go to a more aggressive approach, and for some reason, W7M, they respond with the same thing. BDS goes fast, we go fast. They go slow, we go slow. They're being basically directed by BDS on how they should play the game, and it's wrong. I want to see them go for that slow 5 people or 4 people, same side of the building, maybe one guy backstabbing, and just drone out the rooms, take it step by step, and just try and stay alive. When they spread out those 1v1s, that's when they fall apart.
You've got the clock, use it.
Yeah,
the round's over
so fast.
The round's over at like a minute 30, minute 40. There's a reason why you can, as Nick is saying, slow things down a little bit. Make sure you're moving in with more information, with more knowledge. W7M, now, I mean, if they lose this map, we've already spoken about it prior to this map coming into it, that Oregon's going to be very difficult, and then that could be the grand final. So they cannot lose many more rounds. So Solotov with Boss G got that opening kill, and yeah, at no point in this round did W7M have any kind of foothold.
Wait, he's...
Oh,
He's on the way!
That's doubly worse.
Well, the replay's done him dirty.
That is...
The replay ops could have left that one out.
They could have left that
one out. We would have been none the wiser.
Replay operator W7M hater confirmed.
Oh. I mean, there is something about BDS in Riyadh. You know, every time they're here, they go on this relentless streak of dominance. They won G8 in 2022, won G8 in 2023, now they're playing EWC in 2024, and it's not at the majors they play like this, not invitationals, it's just, it's here. They want the back-to-back-to-back 3x victory.
Yeah, well, they've put their best foot forward here in the best of 5 to kick things off, but such is the nature of a best of 5. It can sometimes take quite a while to get that result across the line, so they need to keep this pressure up. Basement, we go round 4. Good Mav trick to open up the account.
Ooh, okay.
And Loben. Well, it's been a hot topic throughout this map thus far. Loben on entry, struggling. But he shuts down Shaiko, probably the main man that you want to
probably
find.
more so because Shaiko got maybe over-aggressive and Loben's just more so happy to
No, he'll take
respond. This could be quick here from Dots if he wants to progress forward. Ultrasol, he's just going to look at that one, although it does do a chunk of damage. Volp's able to get a good kill, and Dots is just going to send it all the way straight through in towards site. He's got Kip, by the way, and he's going straight through into Cafe, all the way, and then down. What? He's got Kit now in an awful spot. I am a little bit confused right now. Someone please help me out.
What's happening?
What am I watching?
They've swapped sides, like defenders are attacking now and vice versa, but the Kit's on the ground, Wolves in security, Dash outside the breach, BDS are now retaking most of side.
Do they know Wolves is in security?
They must have a feeling.
Oh, he's going to just push and swing, and he does get the kill onto Leakafak.
And now he can use the mirror window against the retake. Hey. This is a really awkward round.
Wolves in the middle, though, has to make a play and make something happen.
Headshot angle, red ping information. Solotov aware, though, that he is in a tricky position. Bride making his way back through dungeon to help out. Flashbang can't avoid that one. Full wipe, but he makes his way back behind the pillar. Oh, headshot as well! Donis thought that was the time to strike while he was full wipe, but not to be. And Dash now makes it a 1 versus 1.
The mirror window.
With 60 seconds. He's on 12 HP versus Solotov. Full wipes himself with the flashbang as Solotov still yet to move. Oh! Shot through the wall and through the head. Dash will put an end to what was a very strange all round.
I don't even know what happened.
Knew where he was.
Yeah, I mean, damn. It looked so good, and it was so confusing and became a 1v1.
But you know what? That is exactly what you were talking about prior to that round. That, though, was the difference where W7M set their own pace. They played their own tempo and dictated what they wanted to do in the round. They felt like with Shaiko's death that maybe Sight would be a little bit vulnerable, sent it straight in for Dots, who went quite literally all the way in towards Cafe.
I mean, heads off to Volps, though. He was the only player besides the Blitz who planned to actually push through all the way in. We saw Dash, who actually clutched the round. He was the worst person who started things off outside the breach on Maverick, down to 12 HP, holding a passive angle. I'm thinking, please go and help Volps. Your buddy is right there. Dash, you're baiting. But it was a secret weapon in the end. If you win the 1v1, it doesn't matter if you're baiting your teammate earlier on.
That's my motto in ranked.
Right?
All right, round 5 then. As this match feels like it's starting to heat up a little bit here. W7M, with dynamic pacing throughout this first half, have reaped the benefits of that. Scoreline now sits 2 apiece. The cap cam persists for BDS.
Yeah, IQ coming now through as well. We actually, the round prior saw the little toggle and then decided to re-pick off it. So this time going to commit.
Of course, a valuable tool in being able to spot out those traps and potentially mute jammers as well. Valk banned out, so not a concern for Volps.
He's not using the gadget, he's checking the door with his gun instead, you know, as IQ players do sometimes.
As you do.
But I like this again. The Monty, the IQ, the Nomad, I mean, just the operators alone say that this is going to be a slow round. And I think, as we said earlier, that's what we want to see from them. The question is, how slow is it going to be? Because they're holding window jump outs, and they don't even know yet. Now they do. Leakafak is inside of admin. They're thinking, okay, they've been spawn peeking, jumping out, running out every single round, and now they're paying that respect, saying, if you go for it, we'll get a free kill, just like previously.
2 minutes on the clock then. Leakafak being able to sneak through and catch Dudas off guard.
Barrier activated.
That is a strange engagement.
That's strange. Doda should have known that he's in there.
Yeah.
He's literally just droned out. He has information. probably had to be better with his awareness, and, well, BDS doubled down their advantage as well with the kill onto Volps.
Find it very hard to predict what happens next because things, they make sense until they don't all of a sudden. Monty finally inside the building. That should be your initial, I think, a goal for if you're a Monty player. Get inside, lead into it. Lobin gets double kill out of nowhere. Again, who sees this coming?
Not BDS, that's for sure.
He just walked in.
Yeah, 3 versus 3, minute 20.
Got to get this Montang into the game, though.
Exactly.
He's been kind of stuck outside for a little while.
I think he's on the roof right now, rotating around. Yeah, I believe so. He's droning on the roof, yellow skylight. So they're going to drone yellow, drop down, try and clear top off first, I reckon. Do some verticality. Limited self-destruction, though.
Well, there is said drop as users vacates that particular position, lucky to get away with his life. Now W7M potentially in position to go for limited vert. Breach charges for Lobin. Smoke grenades available here for Dots. Could be key utility.
Well, limited time as well. That's the other factor here. You've only got 35 seconds left. Yes, you want to get that second floor vert, but I think at this point, if you're Dots, you've got to start making your way towards that first floor. Get in the face of BDS. Allow and facilitate Dash and Lobin to then get involved. Gumine stepped on. It's a Montang's worst nightmare. He has to progress forward. Loses his life to Shaiko. It's starting to fall apart now for W7M in the crunch. In the on-site execution, this is where they've been a little bit lackluster. Dash, gas babe in front, obscures the vision ever so slightly. Player prone, bottom left. That's Shaiko. That's users as well elsewhere. W7M doing a lot right in that round, but BDS just so much better in the late round.
Yeah, I love the first portion of W7M. The fact that they say we're gonna go slow with good solid operators, but the issue is they're not doing 2 things at once. It's 5 people trying to take admin control, and still they miss drone Digifact. Then it's 3 people taking top floor control, and no one drones yellow staircase or helps Monty. So he drops the hatch into a Gumine that wasn't spotted. The toxic babes gets popped already, when Monty could have just walked down yellow staircase while they do the vert damage with 1 guy following him. They're unable to multitask right now, it feels like, and because of that, they're being way too slow, and they're not getting any map control really. The only play that happened was Lobin with that 2K, Dodge drops his Monty that we see, and then he's trying to double jump the hatch. They need a different avenue, different point of entry.
Should mention as well, this so far throughout the tournament been the second best attacker map at the tournament, 44%. So the only map that has had better success is Chalet. Probably no surprise there, but it does mean for W7M, 3 rounds I think is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, they're going to be behind the 8 ball.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, they sense that. And a big attack repick heading into this particular round. The Osa now in play in exchange for the Monty, which had mixed success. Well, the W7M last round, a good example of, sure, Monty can be powerful, but the rest of the team needs to play around it accordingly, otherwise they can be left on an island. BDS themselves will bring out the Pulse for the split site. Probably one of the more famous combinations in Siege. Split conts, bring the Pulse. Very dynamic operator that can play first floor. You can deny admin. You can also play down below and deny side as well in the late round.
It's very, interesting right there, the Kite Claw. Very, very old school operator for this bomb set for sure. With the Solace as well, with the Kite, just kind of doubling, tripling up here on the verticality of things. And one thing that BDS are missing right now is the Capcan. Before they would put them near the bomb site to stop any like rushes or late round executes. With that being gone, W7 can now walk around a little bit more safe, a little more comfortable, but they have to find a way into the building. Just like previously, they're holding these windows for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have to worry about Capcan traps, but Triple Nitro could certainly pose a threat. So they'll need to be mindful of that.
They can't break this wall. They're trying to Twitch drone the drone hole, but there's a Plef BDS watching it, shooting constantly. And if that Twitch drone doesn't find it, then I don't know if this is going to be it.
Yeah, I mean, no impact amps.
They didn't bring the MPs, exactly. They have 2 operators who could have brought them, but neither did. And now they're locked out from option A. And now they gotta figure out option B with half the round burned, multiple flashbangs, also lost 8 of their 10 drones. 8. 9.
Yeah, it's not looking good. And BDS, of course, really strong roster in identifying that they're not going to get the wall open, and will be reading into their next move already.
I mean, they have the drone counter in-game as well. They know they have no intel. They can now hide in corners, they can get off with like cheeky plays, and as you said as well, they recognize that that wall will not be opened up. 2 C4 kills! They are locking them out.
Well, Gus mentioned that with the Nitro Cells, you might not have the EDDs, but you do still have the firepower through those Nitro Cells, somewhat reminiscent to that 5th round. And again for BDS in a very commanding position. Loban, he has been a little bit better with the entries here so far on Consulate, but can't get a kill there, which was certainly necessary. Leakerfact then gets one on to Dots, who's 1 and 5 on a dot. Loban does get 1 and 2, but he has got to get 3 more. Needs the ace to win this round for W7M. Oh, wow. Through the wall, but no, Solitar through the head. BDS 4 defensive rounds and a pretty successful half here on Consulate.
Yeah, and the notes that I made between map 1 and map 2, I said, for W7M, back to basics, 1, 2, 3, slow down. And that was like what I wanted to see from them. They've done most of that, but now they're just having massive oversight. Not bringing secondary EMPs, not willing to play the Thatcher, not playing the Maverick. They can't breach the wall. And you saw there are 4 attackers outside saying, we need this wall open, that's our point of entry, and they don't bring the right tools? That's either pressure, massive oversight, or the IGL getting very confused.
Yeah, and straight away they tried to pivot, as a good team would, but BDS ready, Nitro Cells lined up expecting the pivot above. It doesn't really get too much easier than that for a defensive team. So good work for BDS. And unfortunately for W7M, they just sort of posed, Jake. They needed a 3-3 half at minimum. Statistically, at this event, that has been what the benchmark is. So they haven't been able to meet that. Hopefully defensively, they've been cooking something up, because this, to be fair, and I mean, not to be too harsh, could be a tournament-defining second half, right? You don't win this map, Oregon doesn't look too much better for W7M.
Straight away onto the Deimos is Shaiko, wasting
First round.
absolutely no time. He's like, all right, let's have some fun. I am very curious to see how successful he will be on that operator here for Concealer. BDS onto the attack now. Bring the striker as well, along with the Docker. So some real firepower in this attacking lineup for BDS, along with some util clear if you are obviously with those Roteros, and then you got the hard breach for W7M, putting a bit of faith into those frost mats. Got the ward and the smoke, the vigil. What can Loban do? Certainly has been better. I feel like Loban has been a bit more of a standout on his team.
He has been, but 4 of his 6 kills came in a round where they lost, you know, 4 versus 1 in man count. So it's like, yeah, the numbers look good, but the impact happens either way too late in the round or rounds that don't ultimately go anywhere. BDS don't have a capital, so they might have an issue here with some of those power positions or Soda Machine or Top Spiral. But the floor is already now, as we see, just doing a fair bit of damage from the roof, droning down to like the Spiral Sky, cleaning up the desk, the barbed wire, utility, and BDS, they pop that meeting wall, now rotating towards admin and going for what looks like a pretty default take here.
Yeah, the striker in play too.
Oh,
hello. What?
Oh, he's spinning.
Liquefact's just done a full spin 360 and died.
That's the second time now in this map where Liquefact has been sort of caught in the middle of nowhere. But see if the rest of the team can make up for that fact. Loban on the vigil. We saw it on club. Limited impact and limited impact once more. So it's back-to-back kills here in round 7. With a player who has died. Didn't really see it coming.
And I feel like this is something that's been quite common with W7M. They might be able to get that opening kill, that entry kill, but then they fall apart after that. So they got 5v4, but then suddenly BDS go get like the next 3-4 kills in the round. So this is where, okay, you got that initial kill, Loban's done his job, he found an entry, whatever. Everyone else now needs to stand up. You know, Dots is 1 and 5, Dota's 0 and 5. Like, these guys have got to get involved now.
That nade miss. I think it may have just dealt with the barrier. Dots elsewhere gets the kill. Rotero drone to flush out that position, and Shaiko ready and waiting. And that is, again, another really good display of the teamwork that BDS are bringing inside of the server.
Yeah, that's the pivotal point right there. They clear out that sort of machine spot. Now they have a good chance for this round. The question is, Intel, Florisron sees it, rotates around. Sees Volts too, and gets the shield, max value.
Yeah, spots them both, knows that towards long desk. Dash does get a kill onto Shaiko though, actually with the gas babe. 30 seconds remaining. Must win round for W7M, considering they do have the numbers on their side. 1 gas babe remaining now for Dash. Nitrocell as well in the back pocket for Volt. Top spiral for users. Know how good he's been this tournament. He can't win that fight. Certainly down to Brede, but no. He also lost down to Dots. Much better from W7M. One of the more clinical rounds here on Consulate.
They needed that. They needed that so badly. Again, just for the mental sake here, bring it back 1 round at a time. The question I have for them is bomb site rotation. BDS them in basement, piano split. W7M so far. Oh, sorry, opposite way around. Wait, I haven't so twisted up. Yeah, for W7M, what are they gonna do? They started CO. Are they gonna go basement? Like you can't work the map because this right here, very possibly.
I wanted Liquefact's POV there. I wanted to know what he was doing. But But either way...
Oh, the Spider-Man repel as well. Nice.
There was that moment, of course, for BDS. Really good use of the Rotero to clear out vending, force that push to have the angle, get a nice kill. Brought it back to a pretty good margin, and we saw the value of the Rotero then as well, taking out the shield, finding 2 players. So credit to W7M winning a round where they were certainly under a lot of pressure that round. BDS didn't do a lot wrong, but W7M just a little bit better in those gunfights and able to come away with a really essential round win.
They will be going towards Piano. So my question was, now I gotta figure out in my head, will they play the bomber side so gonna enable the whole like map dynamics, right? Verticality, roaming, running around, because Loban has seemingly been more unleashed so far, right? On attack, he played Dokkaebi, could do his own thing. On defense, first round, plays Vigil, runs around. Now playing Solus, same similar story. So I think if you're WCM, play top floor, play split bomb side, play Piano lobby as right now, try and avoid that basement at least for the first few rounds, try and build that comeback. 1 more to go, then it's 4-4.
So BDS this time around bringing the sledge into play. There's Loban unleashed.
Yep.
Oh,
yes.
Clean. Nice.
That's a really good sign, by the way. He's still fighting back despite that terrible first map.
And he doesn't get caught on the cross back up the staircase as well, which is big, and able to absorb a death mark too. So it's a big win for W7M to open up the round. Liquefac on the sledge, electing not to go above initially, actually on a basement lurk through server. Maybe looking to cook something up here with a teammate. Shaco elsewhere on the roof. And for BDS, they now need to try and isolate a defender.
Uh-oh. That Dokkaebi phone call is never easy to deal with. No big jammers. Nothing to counter, really. Of course, BDS now will have a little bit of information as to what's clear and what's not. Yeah, knife that printer. Keeps making copies of the same paper all day long. Oh, they hear... Oh! Sound cues on land are pretty crisp.
I can confirm.
Yeah, right? It's so
it sounds so different.
And it's a huge one because Dokkaebi hacked those phone cameras, of course. You only get the default, the bulletproofs, no Valkyrie in play, no Echo, no Maestro, so not the most amount of value here, but still, information is information. Takes about 2 seconds, we'll get it done. That's the only thing that they want. Back to a 4v4, this top floor clear. Dot's also taking a fair bit of damage, could fall later on.
And the Deimos not quite working out here on console. So far, I posed the question, do you ban it after how successful it was on Clubhouse and also yesterday in the semi-final? But so far in console, at 2 rounds in on the attack for BDS for Shaco, we just haven't really seen it have the same effect. Despite a couple of death marks landing, they're not really playing off it. 60 seconds there, 4 versus 3 now for W7M, looking to find a second defensive round in a row. This could be a real pivotal way to get them back into this map, into this grand final, let's be honest. 4 versus 3. Although Liquefac still in the server, and he's been so dangerous thus far.
Here's the plant here. They don't have full top floor control, but that right there, that's a huge pick. They can now go for the plant.
Yeah, use the slot 1 health though in towards Expo. Frag thrown out by Liquefac, and the plant to go down. Still watching the floorboards up above. He's in a good position to find a second kill, and a third one as well. Oh my god, the young goat gets 4. W7M capitulating.
I mean, he's building a montage right now. On Clubhouse has a huge play. Now on Console, another huge play for him. He is standing up to those moments where BDS, they need him the most.
I didn't know that one-speed sledge could frag out like that. That was crazy. Big work from Liquefac. He had a bit of a strange round, right? Entered basement, had the lurk, got lobby control, then forfeited it because the barricade was up, then helped up above a little bit, then was spearheading site and absolutely nailing every single shot.
I was curious for a while, like, what the plan was, right? You go admin, you take a top floor roam clear, but you don't take meeting, which is what those vert holes look towards. So how are they gonna plant? I'm thinking to myself, okay, Captain Smokes, that might work, but enemies playing Warden. A sledge through entry, double, triple kill, that might just do it.
That's someone that wants the moment as well, and I think thrives in that situation where you just build off of your own confidence. 11-5, he knows he's playing well, he knows he's fragging in the server, and that just is probably going to make him play even better. I don't think he'd put the pressure on himself and think, oh, I'm playing really well, I got to keep it up. He's just like, no, I'm loving this, I'm having a great time. You can see as he stands up and celebrates. Again, top fragging, and so far, again, it's very early days here, but if BDS win this map, he is by far and away leading for Grand Final MVP.
I would say so, and I think BDS might have some sort sort of like mental approach to this very consciously, because they've been talking more smack than usual on social media, saying we're going to destroy these guys are nothing, easy 2-0, doesn't matter, we're going to destroy Brazil as a region. I think they might be building themselves in their head as like the main character, saying it doesn't even matter who we're up against, we are better, building that fake confidence.
I mean, it was Shaiko who actually before the match tweeted out, already destroyed them in this tournament, can't believe they want more. So I think that encapsulates it quite well, just how confident they were.
And they don't normally do that thing.
Yeah, big round though for W7M, because you got to find a way to just forget that. Okay, a bit of a mental chalk, because they probably felt they should have won that round. They were doing good things, and that's probably been the story thus far here on Consulate. They're playing better than Clubhouse, but they're not quite getting the full reward for effort. And there's the Deimos. First 2 rounds, a bit quiet, unsuccessful. This time though, off the Deathmark gets a kill, and the kills keep flowing for BDS. We've still got 2 minutes in the round, guys. You can slow the pacing down just a little bit. Dots is the only one left alive. BDS have absolutely shredded this defense of W7M, and on the verge of taking this second map, unless Dots can basically emulate what we saw from Likafak. He cannot. BDS, 1 round to go here on Consulate.
This is scary because I actually really respect what W7M are trying to do. They go back to the same bomb site 2 times in a row. Typically when that happens, it's because like something very small went the wrong way. What worse thing could it be, hello Deimos, than a Likafak huge clutch? But then BDS, they have to counter. Side rush, glass CEO window, sprint through yellow, take bomb site control, Shaiko and kill with the tracker. And it's like, okay, same bombs 2 times in a row, but you weren't ready for a different kind of take. They were expecting BDS to do the same thing, but a little bit better. Not for BDS to do an entirely different scenario.
Well, here is a look back at that replay package, and it was Shaiko on the drop, able to find that pick. In fact, there were quite a few from up above on the side of BDS, cutting off those rotations. Then Dots left on an island. Top floor control once more, and the vertical presence from BDS in that round, very, very sound. They switched it up, they threw something new with W7M. We couldn't step up to the mark, now trailing by 3 rounds to push OT.
I feel a little bit devastated for W7M, because they've certainly shown some good signs here on Consulate, but just, again, not able to get any kind of reward, because BDS have just been better the whole way through. Everything from execution through entry in towards late round scenarios, even through like little mini-game battles as well. Anything that is happening in the server, BDS is typically the better of the 2 teams. That was also a round in which we saw some of that power of the Deathmark and of Shaiko on the Deimos. We didn't see that in the first 2 attacking rounds. So when you kind of look at that in a nutshell, if you're W7M, you're losing rounds in which BDS aren't getting the full version of themselves. So when it does all happen, well, you get a round like that.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels, again, a little bit more like Clubhouse, where what's going wrong? Well, it's the small things. How do we fix them? Well, you just cannot try again, right? There's no easy fix for this. W7M, they're being a little outmatched 1-to-1. BDS didn't look the most comfortable on the attack for the first 2 rounds, but now they've kind of figured things out, and I think they've read into how they want to deal with these things. They also got more utility. They got the Capital, they got the Nomad, they got second can openers as well, so they're getting that first step done. They're gonna rotate on over, go for their primary take. The question is just, app and take again, try and do it better, or go for CEO. Still got 2 minutes to work with, so anything can still work.
Yeah, certainly so. A lot of options available here. Will it be the Shaiko show again to help open up the account for BDS? Or instead, will they invest maybe a little bit more in util clearance? Volp's currently over towards Copy. Potentially cut off here from the printer window position. BDS suffocating this extension. Shown really good prowess in cutting off these rotations so far. Now ground being taken off the back of it being cleared. First Deathmark will fail, but Shaiko will be able to follow that up in a moment if required.
It's pretty smart. Mute plus Vigil means that you probably can't spot or track all that many characters. So all you gotta do is put a jammer in the most likely playable position for the defense, and then the tracker won't work at all. Same with Flores drones here. If you find the jammer, it's gonna disable it. But that shield, again, it's way too free 2 times in a row.
Yeah, they've been heavily relying on that shield outside of the vending position as well, so it's going to be tough. Vending not being held, Capital in play anyway if it was. Late rotation cut off, that was not the play.
No, here comes the swing. Flashbang on in. Likafak goes downstairs instead, actually. Must have a camp down, relaying information. There's no one there.
Dots hasn't moved for a little while now. His hope is that he hasn't been droned down, that there might be a bit of a lackadaisical push, and that indeed was the case from Solitov. Probably feeling that because they cleared long deaths, maybe there wouldn't be a player top spiral. Deathmark in play now.
It's
swing.
cheeky.
He should be able to get a second. No, doesn't. In fact, shot from behind by Liquefact. Suddenly a 3 versus 3. Not a lot of time remaining in this round for BDS. Still need to get the kick down on the floor, but here comes the young coach. Shaiko as well. Doubles down, and it's suddenly a 1 versus 3. Loban with it all to do to try and keep this map alive. Impact thrown out to open up for you. Sight lines. He gets the headshot onto Liquefact. Needs to deny this plant, or it's going to be a very difficult post-plant retake. He can't do it at all. Shaiko to finish it off, and BDS take a 2-0 lead in the grand final.
And in classic Shaiko fashion, once again, he swings out, doesn't care all that much about the cover. He wants to kill BDS. They proved it on their map. They proved it on the opponent's map as well. And they could take this to a 3-0 that would end on Oregon, which would be a beautiful story for the map, but also for the team who loves to play Oregon themselves.
15 kills.
15? I mean, Liquefact was just so dangerous, right? And we highlighted him in the last round. Sure, he could have taken some space, but he goes, no, I'm just going to go downstairs, hit a flanker out.
Yeah.
Hit him from behind.
It worked out so well.
Kills. Like, he just seemed to always be in the right position at the right time, and then always hit his shot, always had impact.
I hate to say it though, boys. We said going into Oregon, we're expecting BDS to do good things. I am anticipating that will remain true, especially of what we have already seen on Clubhouse, on Consulate. That was the map pick of W7M. And again, somewhat similar to Clubhouse, got made to look a bit silly. That was all too easy and somewhat reminiscent of the group stage, again, where they won 7-2. We are seeing that once again here in the grand final. BDS, it's going to take something very, very special now from W7M.
It's probably going to have to be one of the best send-offs for a map leaving the pool that we have ever seen. All signs pointing towards BDS locking this final map out, and with it, the series.
Yeah, certainly. So the studio is ready. I am very keen to hear their thoughts.
We are ready indeed. Thank you so much, guys. That was another action-packed map, but very much action-packed from one side of the competition.
Yeah, and I think chaos was a good word to describe this map as well, with all the kinds of crazy kills that we've seen on this map in total. I mean, on BDS's defense, a few things that they were playing whereas you're thinking, oh, this wouldn't even work in my standard games, and it's still working. We're talking about that Capcan trap, the 3 Capcan traps on the door, the players walking towards them with the Capcan traps on their side and still lying to them. I don't know what's going on there, maybe kind of miscommunication or anything like that. It's just very, very unfortunate.
Nerves potentially coming into play here as well.
It does feel like they're a little bit crumbly, but equally, like W7M, they've been to major finals before, right? Like there's the, what was it, the Atlanta major or something, where Loban was there as well, the key player for that team, and he's playing really well, in fairness. He's making a lot of good plays, picking up kills, but there's no other way to frame this, sadly, other than BDS simply right now just look like the way better team.
They're just better.
There's no other way to frame that. And this has been the case against everybody who they've played so far. And now we're going into Oregon as well, a map pick for BDS, a map in which they historically have been incredible on.
I would like to hold that conversation about Oregon, because I think that's a very, very big talking point that we need to dive into. But I want to dissect this one first, what we've just seen, because you just mentioned it yourself, Tristan. We're looking at BDS, and it doesn't feel like they have genuinely been given a run for their money.
No, not yet. I mean, what I like to see on this map, though, from the side of W7M, specifically on their attacks, was, like you said, Loban getting more active on those entry engagements. We could see there was no kind of fear in his eyes in that regard, making sure he was getting those entry kills, getting active. But then again, once they create that 5v4 for themselves, somewhere else on the map, BDS is working like an entire unit, shooting people through walls with Dokubi calls and having that information to make sure they can bring it back to a 4v4, something you ideally want to always have going into those attacking parts. So, unfortunate for the side of W7M, this was their map pick, like we already mentioned as well. Having to go into Oregon, where BDS just delivered an amazing result yesterday as well. Sure, there's footage for you on how to adapt and what to do, but mindset-wise, that's going to be so difficult.
Wow, and we've just seen it there. EFAC with probably, for me so far, the player of the tournament, by the way. That was absolutely unbelievable. He was floating in piano right there in Expo. He was legitimately floating. Nobody could find him. Nobody could pick him up. He was just sailing away. And it's honestly, it's not through want of trying by W7M either. What I'm liking from them is that they're not afraid to do a direct attack. They're not afraid to do a clear. They're not afraid to take the shields. They're not afraid to take the fight to BDS. Ultimately, they're just losing out on it right now. you're just losing out to a better team. It's not as though they're doing the same thing over and over and over again and it isn't working. We could maybe critique them for that on Clubhouse early on their defense, where they were peaking super early, losing the entry fights, Lobin not really getting himself involved in the entries, which as you can see right now, he has done again.
Yeah.
Honestly, this isn't through want of trying from W7M. They're really going for it. They're trying loads of different things. It was a comfortable map for them. But BDS right now, they look like the best team.
You're saying this was a comfortable map for them, but Oregon is next, and that is a map where you said it yourself, Tristan, BDS might be the best team in the world on Oregon, and that is a huge feat for W7M to be going up against. But how exactly will that play out? We're gonna be finding out after the break, so make sure you stick around because this has been a phenomenal performance from BDS so far.
One pitch, Tifa. One pitch, finish. Nice.
teach you how to let your head down and be a freak, singing like Anita. Sweet love, have you thinking about a preacher? Also how I need her. Girl, we can kick it. Have you ever had Chinese after 9 on a Friday? It gets so different. perfect like a fitted. Arm around me, then you pick your head up for me to kiss it. You stay on my mental, you keep me sharp like a pencil. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. Girl, you stay on my mind, on my mind, all the time, all the time, on my mind, on my mind. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, on my mind, on my mind, all the time, all the time.
Well, the explosions, the fireworks, they're all going off maybe a little bit early. We haven't quite got our winner just yet, but it feels like BDS are on the verge of potentially taking this one home. 2-0 up here at the Esports World Cup Grand Final for Rainbow Six. Team BDS, the Kings of Saudi, the Kings of Riyadh, looking for their third win in this area, in this region. W7M, they just haven't quite come to the table.
No, and I don't know what they have to change to get there either. That's the big thing. When I look at this game, often it's like, okay, they could do this better, they could do that, but this reminds me of like when Furia, back when they were at W7M, you know, the org, when they were winning major after major into SI, it's like, no one can stop these people. That's what PDS they look like right now. They're taking down big names on their way to the Grand Finals, and now they're up against arguably a smaller name of rosters from the side of W7M, and they're making it look way too easy.
Yeah, BDS, they just have that aura about them, that winning aura that they can get this result across the line in what is a bit of a bittersweet moment for Rainbow Six fans, especially if you're a fan of Oregon. This is the last time we're going to see the map in the official pool for quite some time. So we'll see if BDS can send it off on a high note in a 3-0 fashion. We said earlier that Oregon should be a map that they, in no world, in no universe, do they lose. So W7M are going to have to play an absolutely perfect brand of Oregon if they're to extend this series.
68.2% defensive win rate on Oregon is going to be very tricky. And W7M, though, at the very least, are defending first. But I honestly think that maybe puts pressure on them, Nick, because you're defending first. You have to get at least 4 rounds minimum. And if you start to slip early, and at that point, you already know full well, it'll be kind of like Clubhouse all over again, won't it?
Yeah.
But also in the, well, last map of the grand final. So then at that point, you probably drop your heads inadvertently.
I think the big thing is just that play like nothing matters, because right now there's no more pressure. WCM, they've already you know, failed to show up, so to speak, in the first 2 maps. They've made their mistakes, they've been clutched up against, and they've been giving Leaky Fact way too much space in the server, both physically but also strategically. Right now, I just want to see a united front from WCM. Either they're going to play 5 people aggressive or 5 people turtling, have a clear view where if we have like top-down access, everything makes sense. If I see that on the most default of default maps of Oregon, I'm happy regardless of result. But it has to make sense what they're doing, not the whole like, sometimes we're there, sometimes we're here, sometimes we're nowhere.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe bad. That's probably been the W7M motto throughout this particular matchup. I totally agree though. Need to be on the same page, need to have the same approach. Do they throw some new stuff into the mix? Well, maybe. We'll wait and see. Can be a very default map. And honestly, sometimes you can actually get away with playing that playstyle if you execute it well. BDS, again, make a few mistakes. W7M, to their credit, have probably exploited them when they've occurred, but unfortunately, as the scorecards would reflect, those opportunities have been few and far between.
The big thing when we say Leaky Fact, how good he is, dropping 15, 14 kills every single map in the final so far. What we just saw in the player cams, he is rapid fire shooting out words throughout the entire prep phase before Oregon here, saying this and that, prepare for this attack, this bomb side, keep this in mind. He is not just showing up in the server, he is quite literally leading the team as a captain, as an in-game leader, as a strategy caller, and it happened. It took the 3rd map, but Deimos has been target banned by W7M.
Yeah, it was coming. A little wry smile on Shaiko's face as well. He knows full well that's specifically for him.
Yeah, that's it.
So, and look, honestly, I remember yesterday we got to see the in-game chat. I don't think it actually
Respect or Fear?
Yeah, Respect or Fear was kind of put in the chat, and it was respect from Furia. I think it's fear from W7M.
I think that is absolutely on the money. And honestly, I think at this point, go for it, right? Also because it's Oregon. You've probably scrimmed and played against every single scenario. The Ying, the no Ying, the Deimos, the no Deimos. There shouldn't be any huge surprises here. So just making yourself comfortable by getting rid of Deimos, I think is a wise choice. And then things will kind of stay similar. Ying, Wamai, and also Valkyrie. Nothing too out of the norm for Oregon. Maybe a little bit for the Wamai, but you can just play Jaeger, whatever instead. It shouldn't be too big of a surprise.
Alrighty. Potential final map. It is, though, the final time that we will see Oregon for some time. Of course, going out of the competitive map pool, Lair making its way in. So this will be, well, a bittersweet time. As you said, guys, we say goodbye to an ever-lovable map. I'm sure at some point in the far-fetched future we'll see it once again, but for the time being, this will be the last time we see Oregon.
Is there an Oregon rework coming, Jake? Did you just leak that?
Did you leak? Oh,
wow. You just lost your job.
Well, why do you think there's a big construction pit?
True.
They've been working.
It was there all along. It was hiding in plain sight.
What did W7 need to do here? Defense first up. This is where you want to be typically on this map. Good chance to get some rounds on the board. Yeah. We haven't seen them in this grand final, you know, go 4-2 up or even go like 4-1 up or have a good start. We think back to Clubhouse. They were in the same position. Started defense, absolutely swindled by the attack of BDS. They cannot allow that to happen again.
I just really want to see no one tries to be a hero of W7M. I want to see them say, hey, I'm playing in this position, look behind you, who can help me? And ask for that help, ask for that support. If you give BDS a one-on-one 50-50 gunfight, it's never really 50-50 because they are so good in those individual gunskill moments. So play together, have the same structure, same game plan, and also try and fight that space.
We're going to see the Vigil again from W7M.
It's been a lot.
Has it really been that effective, though, is the question.
I don't think so, especially because now there's no Deimos. So normally you can like try and avoid Deimos with the gadget, doesn't like, you can't get tracked, but now it's like, now you're just playing it for the drone game, but then you get Monty from BDS, so it's like, drones are not going to be the full story because Monty is a walking drone that can always see the visual player, get Nomad to lock down the map as well. So already now, WCM, they're happily giving up a lot of map space. 60 seconds per, BDS with a full roam clear. Go first, we're gonna see 4. That doesn't work out because 2 players are holding the angle, shoots C4 midair, and does a bit of damage.
And if you're going to play the Vigil as well, you typically want to actually play that roam game. Instead, we're seeing just Dodez play in towards basement, as with the rest of his team. 5-man stack down in towards the bottom of the site for W7M, so no pressure up above, which has meant for BDS, they can actually get pretty quick through this checklist. So already, bit of backstairs pressure over towards Blue Bunker, in towards meeting now, open up the hatch. There is no pressure. They don't have to clear out the second floor. They don't have to worry about any kind of pressure from below. A little bit of trick, though, on the E-box hatch, and yeah, they're going to have to get to work on that. 90 seconds, still plenty of time, though, because, again, BDS didn't really have to clear anything, so they got that time in the bank.
Yeah, you're right. But that has, if that can't get opened up, there's going to be a big problem there. Oh, they finally killed a trade, 1-for-1 so far.
Yeah, Montang pushing through, down backstairs. Dodez does find a very important kill, though, for W7M, and Shaiko slowly making his way over towards his same position. Lika Facto on the angle. Very good. Dots was pushing straight into him. Montang over towards Pillar. Good information down the end of the hallway. Over towards the laundry and frees the side down defensively for W7M. So effectively forfeiting this side of the map. It is still 50 seconds left. So if you are BDS, you don't have to just rush into sight. You can work your way through, navigate the situation. Volp's now on the flank. That could certainly catch BDS off guard. Although, Shaiko ready for it. Volps will fall and Plant will go down. And just like that, again, the power swings back to BDS. Huge kill from Loban. Dodez now on said Vigil, trying to get involved, but Ligafak in through Bunker, gets the kill, watching for that flank. Not a whole lot that Loban can do. The man with the shield, ever so dangerous, and he's not going to allow this to fuse. Brede with the knife kill, with the shield kill. Either way, BDS with the opening round.
Likafak has just been so good tonight, right? You think about a snapshot of that scenario in the post plant. The way you win it is by isolating him and then the 2v1 gang up onto the Montang. Likafak sits back in bunker, plays a very passive, safe position, wins the fight, and allows Brede to just do his thing on site. I mean, just absolute textbook there from BDS. And backtracking even further in terms of the textbook department, Shaiko having a read on that flank, potentially a drone, potentially there was some information or just game sense. That flank could have also completely shattered that attack, but it's accounted for by BDS, and they just keep being ready for everything at the moment.
But that's the thing, I think the flank was phenomenal because I saw it happen in real time where the 2 players of WCM, they held the bomb side, third person starts sprinting far away, obviously going for a flank. And that makes sense, but what I said before the first round started, I want to see WCM do the same thing together, and it has to make sense from a top-down perspective. The flank made sense in a vacuum, but if you look at the other player positions, the second he got aggressive on the flank, the other players are still passive on the bomb side. The second you start getting that contact on the big tower staircase, the other 2 defenders on site have to push up as well, because then you have Shaiko distracted and only 1 person covering 2 angles on the side. They didn't. 1 aggressed, 2 played passive, it fell apart.
Well, reminiscent a little bit, though, of Clubhouse, wasn't it? Probably puts a slight dampener to begin this third map of the grand final because it's a bit of the same happening before our eyes. W7M on defense need rounds, need lots of rounds. No. Loban, though, can't make his way back down, frees the stairs. Open to kill Likafak. By the way, that's your MVP. We can lock that one in.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, unless somebody does something ridiculous, this guy's way too good right now.
Get him out of the server. And maybe that could give W7M a chance. 4-on-5. It's 3-on-5 though for BDS. And once again, just rampaging. Nothing that W7M is doing is working.
And again, is this 5 players playing together, playing towards the same win condition for WCM? No! 1 person gets too aggressive, a second is like, I'm gonna be a hero now. Now it's 3v5. Strategically, this round is already over. Of course, they can clutch it out, but it's like you're not playing together as a 5-man unit, you're playing as 5 individual, independent players.
Oh, there's one for Volps, but he has taken a beating, down at 9 HP. Solotov losing his life. Actually, decent position over here for Volps. No other pressure coming in through Blue Bunker. 90 seconds in towards meeting hatch now for Likafak. Could eventually make his way down backstairs as well if he so chooses to.
I'm gonna have the Grim up as well, so 5 Hive launches available for users that can flush out and cut off a lot of common positions here on basement.
Oh, cross.
It's risky.
Yeah, very.
I'd like to see someone, though, go blue for BDS. They got the numbers, so having as many entry positions as you can get, the better when you do have that numbers advantage. And we see the rotate coming from Leakafak. Again, it just feels like that pivotal captain in the server for them, because it's always...
They're three-stacking it.
Actually, they're three-stacking it. Okay, too many, guys, too many. Maybe they're just...
They really want it.
But he's leading the way, leading the charge, but it is Dots that does get the opening kill. There's Leakafak, though, to try and get the response. Don't really need to peek from that shield now. Playing behind barrels, 5 HP and 9 HP. There goes the 9 HP. Volps, Dash is very low. Dots needs to try and get involved, but he's stuck in towards sight, and eventually Dash loses his life to Leakafak, who finds a 3rd kill in the round. 5-0 to begin. Dots for White Swing. Psycho shuts him down at Pillar. 2-0 start BDS on the attack, and this grand final, I don't think is going to last much longer.
This is where the map of Oregon and the bombs of rotation really comes into play. Basement is like your bread and butter, 75+% win rate on the defense. That's where you need to get some success. You go there the first time, okay, you lose it, whatever. You go there again, fully respectable. The issue is you can't really go there a 3rd time. So now you have to voluntarily go to a much weaker bomb site just because you can't make the strong zone work in your favor. It's almost like things can only get worse from here. So basic scenario for WSM, they figure out their secondary.
Why is Volps in A-box?
Yeah, exactly. And why is Dots in the hallway when you're fighting blue?
And swinging shield that was still up. BDS didn't have the util to clear that. We saw the stack blue, which wasn't the play, late rotation. BDS, again, they didn't quite play that perfectly. They did, especially in the 5 versus 3. It should have been far more competitive. Even in the 3 versus 3, they were still making a couple of macro mistakes. Still, though, not enough for W7M to capitalize upon.
There's always that sort of side of the coin, right? When people watch this and then eventually break it down and speculate, was it a case of W7M not playing well? This is very much a case of BDS playing exceptional Siege, as they've been doing throughout this particular tournament. But there is also, I think, a large element where for W7M, they haven't played at their best. They've been really shaky. They haven't really got a whole lot to go their way. Ultimately, if you're 5-10% off against anybody, let alone BDS, you're going to get smashed.
Yeah, I do think it's a bit of nerves watching the player camps, you know, between map 2 and 3, watch them between these couple of rounds. I do feel like the players, they look very, very stressed in the server as well, not communicating, being a bit panicky, and not covering one another. Whereas BDS, you know, as I said earlier, they have this main character syndrome where they're just expecting themselves to win. They're doing the trash talk for it. They're playing like it in the server, and someone like Leakafak is just having such a good time. No one is shutting him down. He's gonna keep thriving for as long as the series goes on for.
Well, let's see how much fight they have left in them. Oryx for the 3rd round. Dash already on 60 HP.
You dash around?
Perhaps. Loben's aggressing. A bit hot and cold throughout this series. Has Loben been?
I mean, those are the chances, right? In a lot of other games, you probably maybe get a headshot there on the play on the rappel, but he can't get anything to land, then force back in through games.
Nice.
Good shot though from Loben onto Solitov. I feel like Solitov hasn't really been able to have a go of things so far here on Oregon. Terra's going to fall short. Volp's able to keep his position. Loben, good kill onto Shaiko, who elected to just try and make his way in through bedroom. Okay, this is better from W7M. Surely they can't balls this one up.
I mean, don't say that. And I will say, Loben last map, Loben right now, he's actually fighting as like the sole player from his team, making those good decisions. I like Dots here on the Echo, granting intel as well to get aggressive with it. But now BDS, they gotta play for clutch. And so far, every time they have to clutch up, they have.
Well, Dash is down.
It's one.
And guess who? Leakafak able to help out. He did quite get the kill, but he did get to finish off and then gets that kill onto Volps. Brings it back to a 3 versus 3. That 2-player advantage now absolutely diminished and gone. 60 seconds as well, so still time for BDS. Their time management has been perfect so far in Oregon.
It has been. Go fast early on, you can go slow later on, vice versa. Loben, he's been so good so far for his team, but it might be a little bit overzealous here. If he wins another gunfight, great for his team, but if he falls, that's a disaster.
Absolutely perfect bait there from BDS. Loben caught. Great work there from users. Leakafak 6 kills so far in flow state at the moment. And BDS now with a 3-2 advantage, 30 seconds on the clock.
Dodo's hiding in towards Attic. Dots caught in towards Kids. This is really bad right now. He is low on health. Won't really have much of a chance to use those yokais if they do remain. 20 seconds, sure, not a lot of time, but numbers with BDS. They can start to walk their way through. Big kill from Dots. Burrito, though, does get the quick trade. Leakafak still on the server, and there he is. Headshot, kill, bang. 3 in a row now for BDS. 3 rounds in a row, looking for 3 maps in a row, looking to win this tournament 3 in a row.
And there's 3 casters.
And there's 3 casters. It's just, that was the round where things would have turned around for W7M. And now because they lose it again, they can't win basement, they can't win upstairs, they're down 0-3, and now once again, for the 3rd time in a row as well, they will call an incredibly early tactical timeout, which so far hasn't led to any success afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, this is rough. Right now for W7M, it's all about preserving some respect and integrity here in this grand final. You can't just like wave that white flag and just think, okay, now this one's over, we're not going to be able to do anything. It really needs to be about, you know, especially if you're Norris here, rally the troops and just be like, guys, 1 round at a time. Let's just try and get ourselves in. Let's also just try and get some rounds on the board, have a little bit of fun. But clearly, nothing's really working. No matter what, and you've said it, Nick, they haven't been able to respond to these timeouts throughout this grand final so far. So I don't know what's going to happen here. I don't see anything changing. 3 attacking rounds on Oregon. We can't preface this elsewhere. Otherwise, sorry. This is pretty much over. Like, it realistically is over.
I really wish that they would have gone basement with a clash. That's what I was in our night. What would I do against BDS right now? Because again, slow things down. I would say go basement, play the clash, and just get some comfortable info that BDS can't just deal with pure gun skill. Now, you're gonna see the highlight reel right now, so you can't see it. But let's say W7M, they are going basement, but no clash in play. Leakyfac did everything in this round, as you see in the highlight reel. Verticality, getting 2-3 kills in the round, covering the planter. He is showing off every single time BDS they fall behind. And again, no one can kill him. He is 7-0 so far in the first 3 rounds of Oregon.
Yeah, insane.
5 seconds remaining.
Mira, Castle, yeah, no clash. Goyu, okay, that's new. Mossie's pick rate so far in the last, what, year and a half? Ever since the rule of the 1.5x scope from his gun, almost non-existent. So far in 4 rounds on Oregon, played twice. BDS, they can navigate around those Mossy pests, I'm sure. The weapon itself, not phenomenal from Mossy either. I feel like they are slightly wasting this particular operator a lot here because there's a reason why he isn't played, and I'm not really being convinced that they have a good reason to actually play him.
Yeah, it's a couple times now, I think, throughout this series where we've been scratching our heads a little bit in terms of composition for W7M.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, I feel like Siege is kind of in a state now where you can sort of get away with any composition if you play it right.
Yeah.
But min-maxing sometimes can be a challenge. Hold that thought, because Leakyfac is already at the bottom of the lobby stairs.
Okay.
He just continues to find himself in such powerful positions, and he's always converting these opportunities.
Now, there is a mirror window, I believe, so he can't go all the way downstairs, but he knows that 1/3 of them is clear. He's got 1 rotation cut off, then you got Freezer Stairs and Big Tower. But BDS right now, a lot of pressure on Big Tower outside of blue, with just Leakyfac a main stairs flank right now for that backstep.
Well, it's actually a castle barricade that's...
Oh, it's also a castle barricade.
But equally, that means that he can't be flanked
he can
from
just
behind,
go for it. They're not going to look for this because it's castled off. If they don't have...
There's pings on site as well, so there's full info for this push.
Yeah, no one's watching. With the right timing, he get a free flank right now. You see the silhouettes, no one is actually watching for him.
Is it go time?
Come on.
Soon enough.
Yeah, now it is.
Well, we're getting that kill onto Shaiko. There is a mirror window on the other side of it, though. He continues to push through the flames, through the castle barricade. Couldn't get the kill, but Tots, he got more than he bargained for with the kill on to Dodez. Doesn't matter. We move forward, 2 versus 2, and Dash gets a big kill onto Bride. Solotov now to 1v2. W7M finally on the board here for Oregon. That's much better. A very decent hold, good utility usage. Thought the way that they really made that basement kind of difficult to just push into. BDS want to go fast, they want to be able to hit site, and that really did slow them down.
This is also, BDS side, they're so far ahead in round score, they can play out a round in like a kind of a weird manner that might catch you by surprise. If it fails, it's okay. You still got a 2-round lead on the attacking side of all things. But W7, you're correct. They fought together, they didn't give up, and they actually read the flank beautifully. When that castle barricade was destroyed, also, there's a Goyo canister placed on top of it, so they get an immediate sound cue, the fire goes out, and Leakyfac, with also sprint, couldn't keep the gun up to the gunfight. Team kill.
Oh, I thought that was going to be to their demise. Good work there in the end. Dash, incredibly influential in that round. I still don't know why Goyo has ACOG. Maybe we'll send that clip across to Ubisoft. So it's time to get rid of it. But either way, though, I think he would have got the kills regardless. Good positioning, well timed. And the clash, finally, now in play, Nick. I feel like you've been begging for it.
I have.
This entire
It
series.
makes so much sense. Like, I will say though, for this bomb site, a little bit less because Ligafag is crazy in the bottom below, right? But Clash will just create an obstacle that BDS have not really had to deal with so far. And if you look at their average operator composition, you know, before, played a lot of demos. Right now, a lot of self-destruction. There's no Sophia, there's no Capitao. They don't have any real true counters to the Clash. So as long as Dots positions himself correctly, he should be incredibly hard to deal with, if not outright impossible.
So Users then looking for some early info here in round 5. Just a singular kill for him so far. With Likafak popping off elsewhere, his requirement to find kills has been lessened in this match. So Dokkaebi in play as well. Solotov with that global ult will be able to aid his team from the safety of the roof if he elects to hold here as well. Can hold off key cutoff positions back towards Pit with a double stack over towards Big Tower. Or at least one Pit, one Big Tower currently. Uh-oh. Here is the clash though. Early contact with Shaco bot wide stairs.
No block behind.
Oh, that could have been really, really clean for BDS, but well navigated by Dots, able to escape.
It's a good attempt. The nade missed, unfortunately, but there we go. Now they know Clash is in play, so now both teams know, okay, this is the situation. Wide staircase, big window. That's BDS's attack with block downstairs. The answer for this can be kind of tricky because all that soft-to-trouble floor means that Clash will not be as useful as before.
Logan can eventually make his way in towards Kitchen, by the way, for a bit of first floor vertical play towards the latter stages of this round. From that big tower side, never really got cleared. There he is now through the corridor.
Here we go.
So if BDS aren't ready for this, he's going to be so careful, start sprinting around, gives away his position. Easy kill for Dash. Now down below with the skeleton key, and certainly Likafak is able to get maybe some more information. BDS maybe down a player, but they've certainly got themselves in a good position to keep the pressure on those on site from that vert.
And Diffuser got dropped over towards that double window position. You can see it on screen now on the vault. And so W7M can look to lock that down. Just need to be careful that they don't give away anything for free.
This is tough though. Ligafag didn't get all that self-destructible floor got rid of earlier on, so Dash is just be moving from Kid Storms into big window, back and forth, and Shaco not hitting those shots. Quite rare to see that from him, but it means that with the Clash especially, they still have a foothold on the bomb site itself.
And has got White Stairs control as well, courtesy of that killer Shaco. Still need to deal with the clash though as well as it starts to ping around. Shaco finds another one. 2 kills from White Stairs, and eventually Dots will fall. The clash dealt with, and in the end as well, the player in Attic has been dealt with. That is a very clinical attack from BDS. You wanted the clash, we saw the clash, it didn't change too much.
No, it did not, and I will say in my defense, wrong bombs at 4, but hey, I still respect the effort there. But I think, thinking of like old school BDS, they had this crazy thing about them where they can play Clubhouse and not breach open the first wall in CCTV attack and still win the round by just walking in garage, finding 5 headshots. That round reminds me a bit of that. They didn't do the vert correctly, didn't shut down Dash position, lost the Diffuser early on, had no way to deal with Clash, but despite all that, they walk up a staircase, Shaco finds 1, Shaco finds 2, Ligafag found 1 earlier, and out of nowhere, BDS just win the round based off pure gun skill, and that's it.
Yeah, Shaco just looks so comfortable in that position, I think, with the wall reinforced top wide stairs.
So much space.
It just gave him the ability to peek it a little bit more freely, win those fights out, get his team back into it, and despite so many, I suppose, dot points in the negative column for them in that round, as you mentioned, still able to get it back across the line and highlighting, I think, the series overall and the tournament for BDS. Even on the odd occasion where they have poor rounds, they're still often finding win conditions, which cannot be said for many teams.
I said at the end of Clubhouse, it was the way in which BDS won, manner in which, and it's happening again here on Oregon, and that's the most concerning thing for W7M. Again, you can lose in these grand finals if, you know, you get your 4 defensive rounds, but then you struggle to attack and goes to overtime, whatever. But again, you're getting beaten down on defense. You lost out on defense Oregon and defense Clubhouse. That is a huge concern, that you are unable to control 2 maps where defending isn't really all that difficult. Vault's nice opening kill, but where's the follow-up? That's been where it's been lacking for W7M in the grand final. They can get this opening kill, but then they don't do anything with it.
They gotta hold on to it. I like this kind of mini play they got going on right now inside a small tower. They have one person who's actually playing there, the Asami of Lobin, but then they have Dots hiding behind the desk. So they're playing this bait and switch kind of game right now, and W7M, when they played yesterday, they were good at these kinds of mini games. But what is Lobin? What have you gotten yourself into? You're very much stuck in this corner. That Q barrier is regenerating at the halfway mark, but he's dead. Wait, Dots doesn't get the kill either. Dots, what are you doing?
Hello?
This is why you were here and it falls apart!
That is probably the worst bait I've ever seen.
What? You're supposed to bait a 1-for-1 at worst, maybe get a 1-for-0 at best, and they both die for nothing, plus the 1T sub. This entire round has fallen apart in 20 seconds.
This grand final has fallen apart in what feels like 20 minutes.
Touche.
It's about to be 5-1. A 5-1 attacking half on Oregon. The last time we will see Oregon for some time. Maybe that's good news for W7.
Some teams benefit.
Oh, big kill from Solotov. It's just at that point of the grand final in which BDS can basically start celebrating. While they will not, certainly their fans can start. Double kill for Volps. And whether it was going to be Likafak or the Montang, it didn't really matter. For BDS now on the verge of creating history, of finding another successful grand final in Riyadh.
It sucks to see this happen in grand finals, and I feel bad for W7M, but it also has to be said, there are so many strong teams from Brazil. We're talking Liquid, or FaZe, or Furia, or if you go further back, NIP, Black Dragon, etc. It doesn't matter. W7M are without a doubt the up-and-comer right now that are working their way up to the ranks, making grand finals here, making good runs at international events domestically, but I think it's fair to say that they are not fully ready for this because right now they're getting outmatched, one, by one of the best teams, if not maybe the current best team in the world of BDS, but also they have looked so nervous and out of their element this entire time on all 3 maps. They wouldn't make that mistake yesterday. They wouldn't make it in quarterfinals. They would not have made that in group stage, but they make that mistake in the grand finals because the pressure is so much. That's the only thing I can think of right now.
Well, pressure can create diamonds though, and I think BDS very much proving that point
for sure
this evening. Set the tone early, maintained pressure, minimized mistakes, forced a lot of errors as well from their opposition, and just capitalized time after time after time. It has been relentless from W7M, and even throughout this series where they've tried to alleviate that with tactical timeouts, it's been to little avail.
Is it fair to say best team in the world? I know there's going to be a lot of people saying that they can't do it outside of Riyadh, that at the majors, at the SIs, BDS aren't as powerful.
Yeah.
But you take into account grand final appearance in Manchester, on the verge of winning this grand final here at EWC, the way they are playing, right? It's the quality of their siege.
I mean, they beat FaZe and Fury to get here. That's probably like the top 3 teams of anything. So right now, for this single instance, BDS is probably best team in the world.
Going into stage 2?
We might find out if they're going to be at the major in Montreal, you know? We don't know for sure. Hopefully, we can see BDS take this kind of momentum into the major, into stage 2 in Europe. I would also love to see W7M also make it, for example. Maybe a rematch can happen at some point. But right now, it is very much convincing that one team here is just far, far ahead.
BDS look focused though, locked in. Despite the significant nature of their lead, still holding critical positions, not making mistakes, not getting overzealous, not suddenly just sending it down mid, thinking they can just start to run around the map. They are certainly playing this one out properly.
Yeah, so normally in a basement roam clear, I'm always thinking, okay, what's the timing here, right? You start breaching hatch at about 1:45, 1:30 at the latest. They've reached their first hatch at 1:30 on the dot. W7M, they haven't been met on the roam, and despite that, they've still been incredibly slow. That's again, the pressure, the nerves, the lack of prep drones, for example. They've also lost 6 drones with a minimal roaming effort from BDS. They have little info, don't have that much time, but they got a good orbiter setup. The Grim plus Capital plus Dokkaebi means when they want to go for that bump to execute, it's a 3-2-1 countdown. U2 goes flying, Dokkaebi starts calling those phones, and all they gotta do is hit those shots.
Shaiko hits his shots onto Dash. Gaspabe out through and towards Blue Bunker. Loban forced back. He's not going to push forward. Shaiko's found another one. Well, I don't think that frag grenade's really going to do a whole lot either. Flash dump as well from behind the barrels. Maybe for Loban to just get himself out and peek, but he cannot hit shots. Really no one on W7M kit at the moment. BDS can do no wrong. Kill for users. Dodez all by himself now. And what feels like a very, very demoralizing defeat in this grand final if you're W7M, because BDS have put them to the sword and have absolutely dominated them in all 3 maps. And history certainly will be made at this point. I don't think we are expecting W7M to bring this one back. At 6-1, 2 maps down, BDS on the verge of completing the trifecta of tournament wins in Riyadh.
BDS this event, they've only lost a single map. It was 2 phase, a 5-7 loss on Nighthaven Labs. Every single map, overall that they've won has been a 7-4 or quicker than that. BDS haven't gone close with anybody. Taking down FaZe, taking down Furia, only losing 1 map dominantly. And they've done it against so many different teams as well. No one has the answer. And I think, if anything, they might be up against the quote-unquote wrong team in the final more than anything else. Because I am wondering, what could FaZe, Furia, Liquid, or Dark Zero do in W7M's place?
You could probably add Team Bliss to that at this point.
Because they have the... Whoa, let's relax here for a second, okay? Because they have the experience of Grand Finals. They can stand on their own when pressure is at its highest. I'm not sure Bliss can do that just yet.
No, I think you're right, though. I think for W7M, this is certainly a really good learning opportunity.
Oh, absolutely.
Take a lot away from this, go back, watch the VODs. A really good chance going then into stage 2 to really kind of look at, like, this is the cream of the top. This is what we have to kind of rise to. Can we match them in future? If so, what do we do? What are they doing? How do we kind of emulate their style of play, or even just stop it? How do we even stop it? So, as much as it's a hefty wound, very demoralizing grand final. It sucks to lose in any fashion, but to just get beaten to a pulp, and really at no point have they ever looked at likely. But again, they can take some really good learnings from this, and then heading into the rest of the year. For BDS, well, they're going to take that trophy.
Seems inevitable at this point. W7M playing the Monty into the clash here for round 8. Starting off over towards Armory. Solotov gets the first.
Oh boy.
So it's already BDS's round to lose at this point. Open games hold, so aggressive. Solotov up close. SMG spots the Monty. And unfortunately for Dots, he can't really progress forward yet.
No, he certainly can't. And Solotov has a Nitrocell as well. So if you progress too far into bedroom, you can find yourself on a bit of an island and potentially susceptible to the clash and to the Nitro. And the Nitro is thrown, and it actually does some decent damage onto Dots.
And you got the clash as well. Mind you that the Monty can't quite go in. Solotov played this perfectly so far. Dealing with verticality, massive rotate, the door, and he's still alive somehow.
Well, not for much longer. Down on the floor. 5-3 in favor of BDS now. Logic Bomb rings out. Huge kill for users. So suddenly it's all falling apart again for W7M in these rounds, in this grand final. For BDS, undefeated throughout this tournament for the 3rd grand final in a row. 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. The trifecta complete here in Riyadh. They are the kings of Saudi Arabia, and they right now are the best team in the world.
That's goodbye to Oregon, a final flawless round and a well-deserved victory for Shaiko and friends, or should I say Leaky Fact and friends, because he had an unreal performance. Double digits every single map, 14, 15, 13 so far. Wonderful game from him.
Pure dominance, pure dominance.
Straight into the debrief, by the way.
What went wrong, guys?
What went wrong?
They're getting ready for next year, and hopefully we do see them back to maybe take down another potential BDS run here. They just continue to have such magical performances. It's very rare in Siege that a best of 5 finishes in 3 maps, but as you mentioned, Jake, that's now 3 in a row for them.
Yeah, it is a trifecta completed. It's not an easy thing to do, Penku, to come to this event, do it 3 times over, especially with a year like this for Esports World Cup, where it was a stacked competition. You listed off the names earlier as well of all the teams that they have been able to beat to get to this moment, to then win this grand final in this fashion. Clinical, absolutely flawless, so clean, and Likafak making a name for himself as maybe being regarded as one of the best in the world right now.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is fitting for the trophy because it says nothing is given, everything is earned. I bet you, with those roster changes, with the language change of BDS, they have worked their butt off ever since March.
Yep. They had many doubters, I think, with those changes, and they've made it work.
They certainly did. Very quickly, Likafak, I mean, MVP?
In my book, yes.
Yeah,
for sure.
Absolutely has to be considered the MVP of this tournament for Team BDS. What a team performance from themselves as well. The trophy is theirs. They've been able to claim it once again. Really, no one surely is that surprised. Ranked #1 coming into this tournament, absolutely. When it came to power rankings, when it came to tier list, they are once again the champions of Esports World Cup in Riyadh!
absolutely unstoppable out here. Milos, let's get some words from our champions.
We're going to need to have a chat, all of us. First of all, kickoff, congratulations on the win. I mean, you won it last year. How does it feel to get again Esports World Cup, first ever Rainbow Six champions here in Riyadh? How do you feel about that?
I'm feeling too much like I need to go down. But it's amazing. The people are amazing. We love be there in Saudi and play the Esports World Cup, and we need again. Just amazing.
Absolutely so. There you go, Likefak, and maybe we can get something from the three-time himself. Allez, même en français si tu le veux. So, Shaiko, you've been victorious 3 times here in Riyadh. How does it feel? How does it feel to just be the undisputed champ?
Feeling good, and I can't wait for the 2025 Riyadh.
Users, just come here for one moment, please.
Give him a moment.
I've just got a quick announcement to make. Users is our tournament MVP. Make some noise, please. Users, it takes a lot to get you excited. You're a very chilled out guy, but you have come a long way from Yukin. What does this moment mean to you right now?
Honestly, I have no words. That's it. I literally have no words.
Even the lion's share of $2 million doesn't get words out of this man. That's how chilled and composed he is. But you really have found another gear since joining this roster earlier this year. Has it been an easy process becoming part of Team BDS?
Yeah, it's been a lot easier than I thought it would. I thought it'd take us like at least a year to like start getting to finals and start winning things, but I don't know. The other 3 have made it really easy for us to just transition into the team.
Yeah. And do you think that you guys are now solidified as the best team in the world?
Right this second, yeah.
Let me just ask this crowd here in Riyadh. Team BDS, are they the best team in the world?
You know, Stuflex, you and I had a little chat before we came up here, and you were very humble. You know, you said, oh, we're going to give it our best, we're going to play, we're going to beat them, but we're going to play. But did you expect a 3-0 from the team?
To be honest, yes.
Honestly, but what's the drive? Look, Manchester, you came in that final, it was close, it didn't happen. You come here, do you feel this is redemption for you and the whole team?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
You've been around since forever. I mean, I remember back in the day how it was, and Stuflex, you made your name back again on BDS. There's a big legacy behind this team.
Of course it is.
Are we going to see more from the squad? Because it seems like everybody meshes together just like this.
I don't know, to be honest.
What do you mean, I don't know, to be honest?
There's one thing left to do. The frame here that these guys are going to slot into our totem and solidify themselves in esports history for all time. Users, I'm going to give this to you. You will hold that? Of course you can. You can pass it along if you need to. We'll be moving that across very shortly, guys, but one more time for all of us here in Riyadh. Give it up for our Rainbow Six Esports World Cup champions, Team BDS!
رابحين ريمبو 6 سيج ببطولة العالم للرياضات الإلكترونية فريق BDS.
The back-to-back champions here in Riyadh. BDS have done it once again, coming into this tournament as the absolute favorites, just like they did potentially in that Manchester final, going up against the underdogs and coming out on top. BDS have solidified their names in history because they're going to be able to ride it on that totem.
Yeah, I mean, incredibly happy for these guys, incredibly proud of working their way up, whether it be from console, as Bride's been saying in his interviews, or the same for Users, and then for Yukin, the regional leagues, the wealth of experience and depth that we've had in Europe for such a long time, and for these guys to be the pinnacle of it and be that sort of next generation now fresh of this is what a European super team looks like.
Yeah, they've picked up incredible players. It is the super team.
Oh, no.
We said yesterday, the potential start of a dynasty. We weren't necessarily expecting them to win tournaments for 12 months. Users said it as well. But they've got over the line within, what, 6 months of them even starting as a team, Ginny?
And a lot of questions we had from this roster coming into Saudi, because we said, yes, they have won before. Can they do it again? Especially due to the fact that they have made changes. They've swapped to English. But it felt like this time around, Tristan, not a singular one of the teams that they faced was an obstacle in their road to write down their name on that totem.
No, and honestly, I don't think FaZe Clan will be feeling too bad about that 7-0 anymore. They'll be sitting there thinking, well, at least we took a map off of these guys, this absolute Goliath of a team that's come and has absolutely just ran through everybody, and it wasn't even close. I mean, you can touch on it in this final, a best of 5, only 6 rounds from W7M, not even enough to win a singular map of this series, and that's how good BDS have been. They've answered the questions, they've answered the critique, and they're now the standard setters. And
they've earned the respect. And with that, they also get to pick 3 teams that are going to be heading into that trophy. They get the pick of the litter. Okay, guys, go crazy. That's really all I can say here. I mean, we had a lot of speculation in regards of this trophy here, Jack. When you pick teams, who do you put in those teams? Who would you take home? Whose keys will you take with you? And FaZe Clan will be the first one added to their tally.
Yeah, I think so. I think if I'm BDS, and I expect them to do this, it will be the 3 teams they've beaten. Users doesn't really want to show us which one that is, but I am assured that it is going to be FaZe, Furia, and W7M. The 3 teams that they beat on the way to winning this first ever Esports World Cup for Rainbow Six, but also 3 of the best teams in the world. You've seen that FaZe played the SI Grand Final. Furia won the SI Grand Final, and the core of W7M, they've played major finals in the last year as well. So 3 definitely worthy opponents to go into that trophy.
Absolutely. And we said it, the Brazil region, Tristan, they've had dominance and reign for years. But then the Manchester Major, not the case. This time around in the finals against BDS, also not the case. And I think BDS, with this victory, with this dominant victory that we've seen from them, to an extent it does put a target on their back coming into the EUL, coming into that next major of who can take down the Titans.
And it looks like these guys will thrive on it as well. I mean, you're seeing it in the interviews as well. They're not really players or coaches of many words, you know. They're calm, they keep them to themselves. They seem to have a great bond with each other, great family kind of relationship with each other. And honestly, I think they'll start to thrive on that pressure. I said it yesterday, this could be the start of what is the next dynasty in R6. It could be the start of what is the next super team. And honestly, I would like for us to see that. I love that there is this target to take down. There's this standard to hit. And that's going to be amazing for other teams. It's amazing for our own team. We now, luckily, being in European Rainbow Six as well, we get to scrim against these guys however much we want to, as long as they'll have us, of course, Fresh. But you know how it is. It's amazing to have a team like this, and I hope that they thrive on this pressure that this brings.
They took a huge risk. There's no 2 words about that. This team was a French super team that should have been competing, that won, in Saudi the last 2 years. They took a risk by changing the language of 3 of their players and their coach going into English. EFAC probably thinks in French, but IGL's in English, converting as he goes along. Like, they knew that to break through that barrier that they kept hitting, they had to take the risk. They took that risk, bringing on users, bringing on Solotov, and it's just paid dividends almost immediately. A major final, sure, they lost it. I understand that they're disappointed they lost it, but still, a major grand final, straight into winning the Esports World Cup, that represents nothing but success for me. And this is only the start as well.
Yeah, exactly something to touch up on here, because we've expected maybe a year for them to do what they did, but they've done it in a couple of months. And if anything, at this point, Tristan, genuinely the sky feels like that's the limit.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, how much higher does it really get than this, right? You got to go into winning a major, winning SI. They're going to be favorites for it. I imagine with their placement in Manchester, they're sort of certs for SI already. So I think it's not too early to speak about for them. Yeah, I don't know. Like I say, I'm really happy for these guys as well, right? Because they've been around for a long time too. Like we speak about this being kind of a new super team, but Brede, Shaiko, I mean, how long are we going back there, Fresh, for players who've competed over such a period?
Yeah, and with this organization as well, you're looking at 4 years that those guys have spent with this organization, trying various methods, but also they showed extreme loyalty. If you look at some of the French players that they had before, they showed extreme loyalty to try and get over the line with them. It was only after kind of 3-4 years of really, struggling to really break the barricade, and they're major champions in that period as well, that they chose to go English speaking as well.
Yeah, but still loyalty to some of the players as well, and that roster's loyalty to the coach that remained as well. And I think it also highlights, looking at the grand scheme of things, that Esports doesn't necessarily have to be about quick turnarounds, and it doesn't necessarily have to be like, oh yeah, didn't work, let's get a new player. Oh, didn't work, let's change things up. And it's more staying loyalty to the loyalty to the roster that we're seeing here for BDS working really well, and the time that they spend together, and the more time they are gonna get to spend together. Because I mean, you must be excited about covering the UL now. You must not be excited about playing in the UL.
I think these guys were already a real challenge in EUL Fresh. I don't think this is news to anybody really. Like you said, we came into this, they were favorites going into this, or one of the very few favorites. And yeah, I mean, I'm
Good
sure
luck.
practice will be fun again as we get back into things.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, it's great. We talked about the start of the semi-final day yesterday, and even on the quarterfinal day when FaZe were 1-0 up, we were talking about, hey, Brazil could dominate this tournament. They had 3 teams in the semi-final. The only other region that was in the semi-final was BDS. So from that point of view, from a global point of view, not just an EUL point of view, there's a real team here, alongside a couple, you know, in North America as well, that can really challenge that Brazilian status quo. And it is still there because their teams are consistently hitting the finals and consistently winning the tournaments, but BDS can be right along there challenging that.
Yeah, and we've had a great final day. It was a 3-0. I don't think that was necessarily what we were hoping to get, but we got a 3-0. We got a dominant performance from BDS. So let's have a look at the Jamil Motorsports highlights for today. I mean, I would not be surprised if this turns out to be like a Leaky Fact highlight reel rather than the general highlights of the entire what we've seen here today.
Yeah, and it's sort of harsh in a way for EFAC not to win the entire tournament MVP, right? I mean, this guy is, as you say, to be getting the kills that you're seeing on screen here, whilst equally being in the IGL. Yeah. Not just that, but as Fresh said, probably thinking a lot of your thoughts in French and translating them to English to the rest of your team is, I don't know. I mean, he's a superstar. He's a superstar. We've said it for a long time. EFAC, somebody who I love spending sort of time with or speaking with or whatever. Such a great mind for the game, but also just such a great talent.
If you look at how this game played out, and I know this is the Oregon highlights, but across the whole game, and I think you spoke about it just as well, as you can play strategy so much of this game. It gets talked about a lot. But when the final comes about, it's about big moments. It's about individual performance. It's ultimately about winning your gunfights and punishing your opponent wherever possible. Now, W7M were absolutely there to be punished today. I thought they made a whole load of strategical errors, individual decision-making errors, but who was there to punish them every single time? It was Leaky Fact. If it wasn't Leaky Fact, if it was Solotov. If it wasn't Solotov, it was Users. If it wasn't Users, it was Shaiko. Like, Brede must have been laughing on the Monty just seeing all these players around him.
The Clash as well. He played both shields.
Yeah.
Oh, they don't even need me.
7-1. As the maps are going throughout, it feels like BDS is just becoming more and more dominant. I mean, this is also the last Oregon probably that we're going to be seeing in a very, very long time. So what a way to send off the map. What a lovely goodbye.
Yeah, shame as well. And nice to send Oregon off with a couple of laundry attack wins straight away as well, Fresh. You know, that's been a big talking point for the sort of entire tournament, or the last few years really of Oregon, right?
Just really show that it's not actually that defender-sided. You just have to be a super team to be able to
Maybe we just bring it back in now that we've seen that. Now BDS have proven it's possible. Maybe we've got to bring it back in.
Or maybe we don't, and we stick to what we're seeing here right now. Because when we're looking at the tournament as a whole, if there's one player that really stood out, it was Users particularly. And we've said it already yesterday, and we're going to probably say it again today. It no longer feels like BDS is reliant on 1 or 2 players to clutch up. It's like you have that extra firepower added, and you can always rely on one of your teammates to be the ones doing the clutching. It doesn't necessarily have to be only Shaiko.
Just to speak on Users' stats there, that's nearly a 2 KD with a 52% survival rate. He has stayed alive in more rounds than he hasn't, Fresh, in this tournament, whilst getting a 2 KD. Can you try and paint a picture of how difficult that is and how rare that is?
One word for that, disgusting. That is just like, it's superhuman stats from Users. And the way that I look at Users, I don't know if you look at him as well, but I look at Users as a guy who, I don't actually value him for his statistical impact in a match. I just value him for being smart in the rounds, in the games that you need. Really, really smart players, really, really high impact moment. Users is the one to deliver. We saw it so much when he was on his old roster, you know, that he came from Solotov with, and he's actually emulating it on BDS as well. He is, I think, one of the star players of Europe, if not the world. I know pretty much every English-speaking team in the world, maybe even some non-English-speaking teams, would want him on their roster. He is just that good.
Yeah, it's already happened once. It's already happened once.
That's true.
BDS won. There we go. They still wanted him.
Don't give him ideas.
It's like, I mean, there's no words for him. He's a man of not many words, right? Can't explain him much. It's just, for me, the one word for him is reliable. I feel like you could plug him into whatever system, and his just mind for the game and how he uses space, how he views space is...
It's special.
It really is. Special.
It's such a special player.
Yeah, and well, he's not the only special player on the team because Liquefact also is. And when we're looking at the Kiria play of the day, I feel like this is just going to be his highlight reel. And if anything, this paints a picture of how dominant BDS is across every single part on the board.
Yeah, and I think if you look at Liquefact's story, when he kind of came into this roster, it was for Gamers 8 last year.
Sorry to cut you off, Fresh, but this play here, the entry kill and just the awareness here to destroy a little bit of utility there with his nade, and just watch how patient he is here. The kills that he gets, the flicks through the floor, flick again. That for me is my entire play at the tournament.
I would agree, actually. I absolutely 100% agree. And those were the plays. This is what I was getting onto. Those were the plays that we were known for kind of seeing him. When he first came into BDS, it was like, hey, there's a guy alongside Shaco that can frag, that's really exciting, that knows the game really well. Add into that he then IGLs. Add into that he's brought, I would say, more star fraggers to the team. He's allowed others to kind of blossom in front of him. But in that final, when you need it, he has still got it. Like I said, that play, every single play that we saw there, the Clubhouse one, the Consulate one, the Oregon one, just special moments inside of finals, and that's what you need.
And that's what W7M would have also needed, but unfortunately for them, it didn't necessarily come to life. But I also want to highlight the positives when it comes to W7M, particularly because coming into this, they needed to earn that respect of the Brazil region. I feel like they've done that. They've beaten Liquid. They were in the finals, the only Brazilian team in the finals out of the 3 teams that could have possibly made it, them being to slay one of them along the way. And I think for W7M, I feel like that entire underdog story of, oh yeah, maybe they're going to perform, probably not. To an extent, they've proven it wrong, and I'm looking forward to how Brazil Stage 2 this year is going to go.
I think so. I think Brazil's had this kind of big 3 for a while with FaZe, with what is now Fury, and with Liquid. And I think, obviously, W7M is the old lost roster. They were really trying to break into that. The Atlanta Major Final was the first step, but backing it up with another final within, another short time period is absolutely massive for them. They got destroyed today. They're not going to be happy about today's performance, but the overall tournament, they'll go away. Once they've cooled down, they will go away and they will be happy with it, I think.
Yeah, and I think the rest of the world will sort of have a better idea about what actually are W7M. What is this team? How good are they realistically going to be? I think they were the one team in the talent predictions that were kind of in every single tier near enough when we did it. I mean, where did you place them, Fresh?
In the categories, I put them in C, I want to say. C tier, B tier maybe.
Yeah.
I wasn't, I'll be blatantly honest, I wasn't actually expecting too much from them. Maybe a quarterfinal at best. So the grand final, by my expectations at least, is an overachievement.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I had them in A, but getting them to the final, I don't think they would have been expecting to get to the final. I wasn't expecting them to get to the final. As I say, my top 3 that were in there, I was like, well, one of these is going to get there. I can't be too wrong, right? It's... For them, they got to take this as, look, you had a great experience, another LAN event, a big LAN event, played against great teams. I'm sure they practiced against a load of great teams here as well across all of the regions. You kind of just, you have to dust this off and just go again, right? You have to look at the positives. I mean, look, we got 6 rounds. That's not bad.
You have
across 3 maps.
That's 6 more rounds than G2.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to cut you guys off here because I feel like it was getting very wholesome and then you guys are like, oh, but it was 6 rounds. But I think, yes, W7M should be and will be hopefully proud of themselves from what they've done here, and I feel like they've earned the respect for a lot of people on the international stage. But we also have the player bounty in regards to the player who got the most kills on one map, and that was Herds with 22 kills on Chalet.
Yeah, he was discussing that day. That literally was an $80,000 performance, because without Herds on that performance, on Chalet against SSG in the quarterfinal, it quite literally doesn't happen. It doesn't get Furia into the semi-finals. He is so important for that team. I know you're a big fan of his as well. He is so important for them, and it's no surprise to see him up there leading on that particular award.
Yeah, and I think Fury will be disappointed as well that they didn't get the chance in the final against BDS, because with Herds performing like that, I've mentioned it a few times before that 22-kill game, I just feel like he's got that fire again. He's got that little bit of spark where he's getting things done early. He's moving people around the map in his team's favor, and it's a shame, but 22 kills from Herds, he'll be happy about that at least.
Well, guys, gentlemen, that's the end for us here today as well. Thank you so much to both of you for joining. Any final words you want to share? Maybe a hug. Maybe you guys can hug each other. Be happy.
No, we don't do that. I'll let you go first.
No, we don't do that.
Okay.
Final words from me. I mean, what an amazing tournament, amazing experience. We saw some great games, and also, like I say, hopefully it's the start of a real super team, a dominant team, bit of a dynasty, and a European dynasty. Haven't heard enough about all of Brazil. It's time. BDS, Fnatic, we're going at it. There we are.
Fnatic?
Yeah, the two top dogs in Europe. As everybody knows, we go again.
This is the closest Fnatic will get to a grand final in Rainbow Six. You do realize that, right?
I didn't want to say that.
Anyway,
But
sorry.
Oh my gosh.
My two key takeaways from this tournament. One, obviously BDS love the sun out here in Riyadh, in
They
Saudi.
really do.
Sunny Shaiko.
Sunny Shaiko. They love it here. They have not lost a map in the last 3 grand finals they've played here. 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. They are the kings of Arabia. It is undisputed. The second takeaway for me actually is a little bit more, I would say, strategic. The quality of the Rainbow Six Siege from day dot until the grand final was such a high level. We've seen it, you know, at majors, at Six Invitationals, where some teams have come up and not performed. There's only one real team I can think that did this event. Every other team will be able to take positives away to go into league play. So the quality for me of the overall Siege was excellent.
Well, thank you guys for joining, and thank you to everyone as well for watching. It has been an absolute pleasure being in Saudi Arabia once again, having Rainbow Six Siege and BDS. I feel, I guess, history does, to an extent, repeat itself. I hope you guys had just as wonderful as a time that we did. Take care of yourselves, and hopefully we'll see you guys next year.
how you liked me better than anyone. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, erase that thought. Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel bad. I don't feel sad. I don't get mad. 'Cause I don't feel anything. And you're sending texts like you are writing up your thesis. I don't have the faintest idea why you would be hung up on me when you were the one who said it, that we had to end it. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, erase that thought. Cause I cannot pretend